testing 1, 2, 3. Ayoo! Ayoo! Alright, let me just check my audio and we should be good to go. Testing 1, 2, 3. I like it. I like it! I like where it's at. It's high. So right. Alright. Let me just make sure, right? That left. Making sure the boys got water. A little bit of ice in it, you know what I'm saying? It's a little hot. It was cold as all get out in the morning. It was cold as all get out in the morning, so I was like, nah, it's gonna be a cold one, right? I don't gotta stress nothing. But now it's starting to get a little bit like hot. Freaking California, man, weird. Like, so it's like not like too bad, but like I'm sweating a little bit because I got the PC here, you know, it gets hot. Put a little bit of ice, just a little bit in the water, you know? Have a little sippy sip of that. As always, we can type that, mess that up, make it had caps lock on. Alright, that's enough of that. I hope you're all having yourself a wonderful, fantastic, extra spectacular, and positively amazing day today! Welcome to the stream, everyone! It's gonna be a great one! Sorry, I'm short of breath. Alright. Check it out, we got hella monument mythos to check out today. Calm down, I'm not ready yet. My body isn't ready. Chill. So we're gonna check out season 2 of the monument mythos as our primary thing to do today. I got my emotional support, Miss Chiquita Bannana, here, body pillow, just in case we need it. And then we're gonna go ahead and check out some other animal stuff, but you know, let's get right into it. I'm already late because I was trying to sort out what the hell's happening with Kick because like the watch party, other watch party is gone. I don't know what the frick. I just freaking made a tweet about how that was an amazing thing, and it's like now it's not there. They haven't made an official announcement or anything like that, so I don't know if that's just like a glitch or what the frick. But hey, we'll sort of go from there. So let's get right into it. Let's get right into season 2, Monument Mythos. We got the extra spookies. And then after that, once we at least get through this, we'll go ahead and check it out. I have these like lined up, but we can check out other stuff too, like anything that's like current news or anything that's on the Discord, stuff like that. So let's try to get through this as quickly as we can, and then we can get into the community stuff as well. Hey, Master Sam, welcome. Yes, we are. Literally on the dot, baby. Look at that. I'm like psychic. We're gonna try to get through the Monument Mythos season 2, but then we're gonna check out some community stuff. Play. Oh, this is a bit of a long one, so let's get right into it. The Suez Canal. Oh, hold on. Now this is in March 2022. Hold on. Now, so this is like actual 2021. My bad. Actual modern. I can't lie. Because of my medication, I haven't been able to stream and like I normally do. But like during the like 1 or 2 hours that I wake up in the middle of the night, like at 3, 2 in the morning, whatever it is, and I'm like, oh crud, I can't sleep anymore. Like, what do I do? I take my medication, whatever I gotta do, and while I'm waiting to fall asleep, I've been like playing some like going through my old catalog of games, like The Island, Sons of the Forest, Civilization 5. Oh, so much Civilization 5. I went through 2 freaking marathon. One marathon, one quick match, and I have them both going on simultaneously, depending on how I feel like that day. Anyway, point being, sorry, so Civilization 5 is like probably the biggest thing that has my mentality changed on canals, rivers, and stuff like that. But also like Sons of the Forest, Green Hell, a bunch of other survival games. And it's like, bro, canals are so freaking important. I used to be like, why the hell? Why do people fight over like freaking like it's just a river? It's a canal. What are you doing? It's like, no, these are like they're actually pretty major. Like they're pretty major. Like maybe now that we have like the technology to go around this kind of stuff, it might not be that huge. But these were pretty major like geographical. Is that the right word? Like sites. Like I get it. Is all I'm saying. I can see why people go to war for this stuff. Oh damn. So bro was traveling through the canal and he blocked it. See, that's bad because there's other boats coming along. So like, what happens if another boat is like beep beep, get out the way, but it can't stop because the canal is like it moves. It's like water, you know. Water doesn't just stop. President Clinton announces nuclear solution. Oh, see, that's how you could tell that this is an alternate reality. Because I don't. She didn't win. She didn't win that. I think Trump got that one. That's where the split happened. In the alternate history, you know. For the last 2 weeks, the container ship Ever Given has obstructed the Suez Canal. With every passing hour, it is costing the global economy over $400 million. As an American, I believe the solution is to nuke it. I think that's it. If we think about it, if we nuke it, the canal will be bigger, so more water will go through. Yeah, I mean, some things might get radiated, right? But nothing bad happened in Japan when they, you know, so like if anything, their fish, their fish, like, you know, they got a lot more fish now. So it's like, you know, yeah, I think it's a good idea. So we'll get a couple of mutant fishes, like it's fine. So what if all your Amazon packages are like slightly irradiated when you get them? It's fine. Listen, America's never thought about like we're not here to think about you know, what is it? What was it? The Simpsons. I was elected to lead, not to read. All right, we're not here to think about things. We're just here to we're not here to think about the consequences. We're here to make solutions. Both Congress and the United Nations Security Council have approved the use of a. So I was saying it as a stupid joke. I called it. They're gonna nuke it. They're gonna freaking nuke it. At the request of the Egyptian president, the United States will end the crisis with nuclear force. Both Congress and the United Nations Security Council. I freaking missed that part. Hold on. And have approved the use of a small thermonuclear weapon in the Suez Canal, several miles from the Ever Given's location. The blast itself will not reach the ship. However, the waves generated are expected to dislodge the Ever Given from its present position. I just feel like, I just feel like, even though I was the one that brought up the idea, couldn't y'all just get like 400 people to walk down the freaking canal and like poke it with a stick? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like 400, like I'm pretty sure 400 people poking it with a stick at the same time will freaking dislodge that damn thing. Evaluations of the cities along the waterway are in progress. I have to say this though, right? Somebody told me, I don't know if it was on Twitter, if it was on YouTube, Because YouTube kind of has a shitty system for, like, notifying me of comments. Someone said that they weren't, like, scanning Alcatraz Island. They were irradiating it. Like, throwing radiation at it. Which makes sense. I think that made sense. What, is this, like, kaiju logic? Cause I feel like, well, like, obviously, Alcatraz is a kaiju, I think. It's like a living island. So, like, when they irradiated it, they might have woken it up, pissed it off. I think maybe they fed it, like, they take, like, once it got enough radiation, it sort of, like, came out of hibernation. But then we got the monster inside the Statue of Liberty. That was being given, like, human sacrifices. So I guess that defeats what I was trying to say. I guess I was trying to say, like, are they trying to feed these creatures radiation? Is there something here? Like, what's the twist here? But, like, if they are trying to feed radiation, nah, that doesn't make sense. All right, so in that case, like, maybe they fed radiation to Alcatraz Island. I don't know. But in this situation, the fear now is if they irradiate the canal, are they gonna wake up another monster? Right? That would be more of a concern. See, because at first I thought maybe they were feeding Alcatraz Island on purpose, the same way that they were feeding the monster in the Statue of Liberty. But I guess that don't make sense because they're not. I don't think they were feeding the fungus, the mushroom, the spore, like whatever was growing on the Washington Monument. They weren't really feeding it, were they? They were like trying to take it out. They were fighting against it. What other monster do we know of? I guess the special tree inside the Washington Monument. People go missing, but that's not really people getting sacrificed. That's more of the tree just sending people through time, space, and time. But like that's just a tree straight up time traveling people. Like, cause I just don't understand what the U.S. is trying to do here. Are they trying to cover all this up? Are they trying to use it to their benefit? Are they creating the monsters? Or is it just that these monsters exist and they're just sort of trying their best to get around it? You know what I'm saying? Master Sam, oh, I got them on sale. I got the entire series on sale. I was waiting for the October sale. And boy howdy did it come through. I got the entire series for like less than 20 bucks. So we're definitely gonna be playing that. Oh, I didn't understand what the hell I was looking at. I was like, is that... That's the shockwave. Ayo, ENVtuber. You freaking made it worse! You made it way worse! And now it went on land! You freaking beached the damn thing! So you nuked it. Not only did it not... I mean, I guess it technically dislodged it. It kind of overcorrected a little too much. Oh, nah, hold up. No, because it stops. I feel like they're trying to tell us something there. It stops moving. And then starts getting dragged back by something. Nah, they woke another thing up. See, it stops moving there. And it starts going in the opposite direction. Like something moved it and then dragged it off out of the canal. The Twitter machine, aka the T machine. Bro, that's what I call my phone every time every time I'm about to go on Twitter, bro. I'm about to get on that T machine right now. What's up? What did Piker shotgun a dog today? Twitter. Where did the what now? Oh, so it is meant to be Twitter. Okay, literally. The ship disappeared according to officials. No, it was dragged off by something. I got it. It got up and left. Huh? Why is everyone confused? What do you mean it got up and left? The frickin' what? Did you nuke the ship and the ship became a monster? Okay, so people on the internet are talking about it. No freaking way it actually got up and walked. Is that the ship standing on legs? What the hell? Wait, so they nuked the freaking ship and it grew legs and just walked off. You see, that's why we shouldn't. I told you it was a bad idea to go nuking things. Didn't I say that at the beginning? I'm pretty sure I said that. The Americans just released a monster. No, we deny any wrongdoing. This was a natural occurring situation. There was nothing we could do to avoid the circumstances. It's naturally occurring. We call it an act of God, and take no responsibility for this. Nobody asked for a sequel to Attack of the Crab Monsters. The Americans destroyed the Suez Canal and released a demon. Great. They're just talking about it like it's just another freaking Tuesday. So is the ship alive, or is there something underneath it? I mean, that one guy spoke. He mentioned crabs. Attack of the Crabs. Is it like a giant, like, hermit crab or something? Is it using the ship as like a shell? Kind of like how that one. Y'all ever seen that one creature in Fallout Far Harbor? I don't trust Brave's browser. It sucks. Oh, for crying out loud. Fallout 4, Far Harbor. Us. It's basically like a ginormous hermit crab. And like just doing what hermit crabs do, and it found a shell, and but the shell, like, since it's such a giant crab, it uses actual buses, like vehicles, as a shell, and it's convenient too because like it has wheels, so it can it's more mobile now. You know what I'm saying? So like imagine the same thing, but like a boat, like a giant ship. Is that what's happening right now? Because that's freaking awesome. And scary. It is a crab! Will not be destroyed, says UN Security Council. The Suez Canal crab will not be destroyed. So the ship gets stuck. The US nukes the canal. We're gonna take the Twitter post at face value there. Which is something we should never do. But that either woke up the crab monster, or maybe possibly the US was transporting the crab monster. But point is, after they disrupted the situation, the crab monster was either woken up or was created by the nuclear blast, or like I said before, maybe the radiation it fed off of it, sort of kaiju Godzilla style. And it looks like they don't want to take it out, right? It might be like a like a kaiju. It might be like a last of its species, only one exists type of deal. You know what I'm saying? The crab cannot be eliminated without causing great damage to the Evergiven. In this day and age, the world is unprepared for a loss of cargo of such magnitude. Oh, damn, that's some extra juicy lore, actually. So they're struggling. So the world in general is struggling. Therefore, the Suez Canal crab will not be destroyed. At this time, no containers will be lifted from the ship, since low-flying aircrafts cause the organism to ambulate unsteadily. In hopes of returning the Evergiven back to the sea, efforts are underway to carefully manipulate the crab's route through Egypt. Damn, I want to know more. It's like it's just enough to like make you wonder. You know what I'm saying? To keep you interested. So maybe it literally. So maybe it picked up the boat. Maybe it got angry and like took the boat. Maybe they nuked the whole thing and the crab stood up and just accidentally the ship got stuck on its back. He did not care about your barricades. So it actually made it all the way to Cairo. Dr. Disturbing presents...
Hello. Okay, Hello. Tell me, what do you think about the tower? It's your first visit here, so what do you think about the tower? I thought it was a really good tower. It was very interesting to go up it. It gave you a really good sense of how busy Cairo is, so I really enjoyed it.
What an amazing response. What did you think about the tower? Well, it was my first time at the tower, and I thought it was a really nice tower. Bro! I freaking love this interview already. This is the greatest interview that's ever happened, ever.
It was terrific. It was really great to get kind of a sense of the scale of the city. It's kind of difficult to do that when you're walking around down on the street.
I like this guy's answer. It was really awesome. I went up to the top. I got a good field of view of the entire area. I now know where I can build my base if the world ends in an apocalypse. You know what I'm saying?
Breathtaking view, and it really gives you a terrific perspective of the whole city. And I loved it up there. I spent a couple of hours up on the top.
You spent a couple of hours up on the tower. Damn, do they charge you like hourly or what?
Due to evacuations around the Suez Canal, millions traveled to Cairo in search of housing. In response to this migration, many building capacity limits for popular attractions were inflated.
Oh, damn. So everybody evacuated Cairo and left. I mean, yeah, if the freaking kaiju was about to go attack everyone, people gonna want to get the hell out of there. But now it's created a freaking flood of immigration. People like flooding in to try to get those cheap apartments. I see.
Cairo Tower, one of the tallest buildings in Egypt, had its own recommended capacity limit.
Oh, nah, that's a special tree. Yeah, see, knowing this series, there's a special tree in there, isn't there?
It increased.
They built that to hide a special tree.
To 1,000.
That's why the guy's spending hours and hours up on the tower. He might be getting influenced by the special tree.
On the evening of April 16th, 2021, upwards of 1,200 visitors toured the Cairo Tower at once. Although concerns of overcrowding had been raised by several staff members, the building manager dismissed their comments. Since the Suez Canal crab would be passing by later in the evening, he also encouraged visitors to enter the upper levels of the tower, as that would provide a better vantage point.
You're literally asking, like, hello? Do y'all, I guess in this world, monsters and stuff are like an everyday occurrence. But, like, y'all never seen a Godzilla movie? Like, why would you go to the, like, no, you get underground bunkers when the freaking kaijus come up.
At 8 p.m., the Suez Canal crab was observed to have turned toward the Cairo Tower and proceeded to approach. Despite an alert sent out by the Egyptian government for civilians to immediately vacate structures in the crab's path, most visitors ignored the warning and stayed on the upper levels of the Cairo Tower.
Well, not just that, but it's also, they're probably, a lot of them probably just don't even speak Egyptian, you know what I'm saying? So they probably just ignored it. Or I don't know, I don't think there's like, what's the actual official language of Egypt? I don't even know, actually.
Came near. At 8:15.
Is it actually called Egyptian? I kind of feel like I just sort of made that up on the spot.
15 p.m., the Suez Canal crab was seen to have stumbled, and in an attempt to regain its balance.
Oh, now this is interesting. It's a 9-legged creature. Well, maybe that's just like, it's meant to be a crab, so maybe you just put a random number of legs, but sure.
Crashed into one side of the Cairo Tower, killing over 200 people. The resulting tremors that traversed the building damaged its staircases and elevator systems beyond repair. The cascade of shipping containers from the Ever Given, knocked forward by the momentum of the initial stumble, lasted for over 2 minutes, as an estimated 800 containers broke from their locks. and pushed forward an additional 1,000 containers. As all 1,800 containers tumbled down through the building, the structural integrity of the Cairo Tower rapidly diminished. Falling debris and containers are reported to have killed over 800 visitors.
Yeah, hold on. So it was 200 on impact in the tower and an additional 800 on the ground. I told y'all to get freaking bunkers. Why y'all not seeing no Godzilla movies?
8:19 p.m., the Cairo Tower fully collapsed, dragging the
Out of curiosity though, why was it attracted to the tower?
immobilized
special
Suez
treat?
Canal crab into the ground. In total, only
I'm gonna drop the audio. Actually, it looks like he increased the audio for this one. I'm gonna lower it just a little bit.
39 of the 1,189 visitors of the Cairo Tower
So I don't gotta
survived.
pause it and I can just
2
like
of
talk
the
over it
15
instead.
staff members escaped to safety, including the building manager. None of the 6 security
Oh,
guards
the
survived.
frickin' building manager got
Although
away with a prick!
paramedics and police officers had arrived shortly before the Cairo Tower's collapse, the visibly unstable tower prompted them to collect survivors on the ground and retreat to a safe distance. At 8:41 p.m., a hazardous waste collection team and soldiers of the Egyptian ground forces arrived to contain survivors within mobile quarantine chambers. Due to fears of a potential contagion contracted from the Suez Canal crab, all civilians in the vicinity were placed in quarantine under the authority of Egypt's military in collaboration with the Ministry of Health. Upon impact
To be fair, right? Not only so it has apparently some kind of a pathogen. I wonder if it's also like irradiated from the nuke.
with the ground, the Suez Canal crab and the Ever Given separated. The large wounds caused by the separation discharged thousands of gallons of seawater and bodily fluids. The hazardous waste collection team and soldiers attempted to plug the gushing lesions. However, survivors report that their efforts were mostly futile due to the team's inability to stay standing on the slippery ground. With the number of accidental falls among the troops on the increasingly wet ground, the Egyptian army diverted its focus from closing wounds on the Suez Canal crab to evacuation efforts.
Yeah, so what that tells us, so basically the freaking did the ship crash into the crab? That's why it got stuck? And then the nuke just pissed it off? Cause they're saying that like when the ship and the crab like dislodged from each other, it had a lesion, like it was like a wound, a gaping wound. So that thing was like jammed into the crab.
By midnight, the civilian population within a 3-mile radius of
Which
the
is why I'm kind of led to believe that the nuke did dislodge the ship, but sort of threw it into the crab, effectively getting it stuck.
Cairo Tower had been completely
Pissing it off.
evacuated. On the morning of April 17th, Egyptian authorities publicly announced that the Suez Canal crab had fallen in Cairo and laid in a vegetative state. Although the Cairo exclusion zone was primarily intended to prevent any media coverage of the crab and the surrounding destruction, several journalists managed to record footage of the site through the assistance of private helicopter pilots. By 8 a.m., clips of the crab were trending on Twitter. Members of the
So that's what's even more interesting is the fact that, like, again, the U.S. government is like, they aren't trying to cover it up, but it's not like they're trying to be sneaky or stealthy about it. It's more like they just want they want to like. They're not trying to hide the situation. They're not trying to hide the existence of these creatures. They're just trying to stop the spread of information about them specifically. You know what I'm saying? They're almost treating the monsters like weapons of mass destruction. Like, we don't want nobody to know anything about it. We want to keep it to ourselves. You know what I'm saying?
Device Association attributed the severity of the disaster to the development of intelligent devices, specifically Twitter machines. They reasoned that due to the popularity of Twitter in America, the Ever Given was overstocked with T-machines, which weighed the ship down and consequently caused the initial obstruction of the Suez Canal. On Twitter, the ADA released
Okay, I mean, if that's true, I don't know how guilty the tea machines are. I feel like that's more of like a problem of like whoever the hell is in charge of weight distribution on the ships. Like maybe don't load so much freaking cargo, you moron. There's weight limits to these things.
a vicious
Clinton says that the crab is not a true force of mass destruction until it kills people. Ridiculous.
string of messages criticizing Twitter, Hillary Clinton, and Egypt. Along with images of the Suez Canal crab, photos of scattered goods that had fallen out of the shipping containers became a popular topic of discussion. One image of a sports car resting on top of debris would be retweeted by the ADA with the caption, "The Cairo exclusion zone is a conspiracy to keep goods in Egypt. The American people have been robbed." The tweet was shared by over 10 million users.
No, they're trying to say like that the U.S. just wants to keep all the fancy cars and stuff. What would be the point? I'm pretty sure the insurances would cover a lot of that.
Taking notice, the ADA followed up with tweets suggesting that an Egyptian soldier had driven home the sports car in the image, and that the goods needed to be rescued by their rightful owners. The ADA deemed April 19th as Finders Keepers Day and urged all Americans to travel to Egypt to obtain the goods left by the fallen Suez Canal crab. Overnight,
Oh, I want to see everybody in Naruto running up to Egypt, to Cairo, to pick up their freaking sports cars. Let's go.
an estimated
Let's go!
12,000
No, they can't
flights to
stop us
Cairo were
all!
booked by American
It's
citizens.
Area 51 all over again!
Although a few trespassers had been apprehended in the Cairo exclusion zone, officials did not foresee any further disruptions at the site. Medical personnel attended to survivors in the quarantine chambers. Soldiers cleared rubble and attempted to control the spread of the Suez Canal crab's bodily fluids. By 5 a.m. on April 19th,
Bro, see, this is the kind of stuff I want to, like, this is the kind of stuff I love thinking about. Because, like, that's probably why it's an exclusion zone. Like, all of those think about it, all those sports cars, all that, like, junk, what the tea machines, your Xboxes, your PlayStations, your freaking Amazon packages, your sports cars, your freaking, fax machines, printers, cooking appliance, all of that stuff is there, right? On the floor, scattered, thrown everywhere. But all of it is covered in the crab's bodily fluids. Which is like, you know, for crabs, it's very, very, very similar to seawater. So we'll call it seawater. It's just covered in seawater and bodily fluids. And because this thing's a kaiju, like any other animal in all of existence, it has parasites, it has bacteria, you know, it has its own micro ecosystem happening, right? They already said that there's like some kind of like disease or some kind of like that like spreads. So now you got all these freaking people, conspiracy theorists, Twitter people, going to Cairo to try to reclaim their stuff, but it's all covered in goo, in freaking crab goo. So it's like, you idiots, you're gonna go get infected. And then what's worse is they're gonna try to take it back. They're gonna try to take their stuff back to the U.S.
approximately 20 million gallons have been contained through aerial drops of sawdust and an extensive effort to mop the premises. Although several officials discussed a plan to lay down military-grade mats to enable the hazardous material collection team to walk up to the crab for closer analysis, it was ultimately decided that no further action would be taken until the following evening, as it was believed that the midday sun would evaporate most of the fluid.
Well, that's kind of smart. I mean, 'cause at that point, you just sort of let the seawater dry up, and all you're left with is the bodily fluids and the goop. Ugh, think about it, bro. It's like the sea. It's like the that scene in Pacific Rim where they have to keep cleaning all the goo from the kaijus. But like, I feel like these would be
At 12
way.
p.m.,
This
over
thing is like
12,000
seemingly this thing's way larger than anything we saw in Pacific Rim.
Americans gathered in front of the gated entrance of the Cairo exclusion zone. 4,000 Egyptian police officers and soldiers stood behind the perimeter to guard the exclusion zone from trespassers.
I swear, we Americans keep going to other countries and just fudging shit up. We gotta stop. Even in alternate realities.
PM, violence erupted when an American shot a police officer in the
Okay, listen, that's a very American thing to do, but also, why did Egypt let him, like, get through, like, how the hell did he get into Egypt with a force multiplier? Like, Egypt's gotta answer that first, like, where's your security?
face. Consequently, tear gas was used on the raging mob. Tanks and heat rays. 3 p.m., violence erupted.
I don't know if it means anything or if it's just like a convenience thing or what, but like how come as soon as he lifts up a weapon, his flag turns like it reverses? Does that mean something?
When an American shot a police officer in the face.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of secret organizations in the government that we know about, like the Lincoln Lookers and stuff. Is the reverse flag like a secret conspiracy? Is somebody trying to, like, start shiz? Is the U.S. trying to start shiz?
Consequently, tear gas was used
by
on
sending
the
secret
raging mob.
agents?
Tanks and heat rays arrived shortly afterwards to
I'm
deter
just saying, I'm
trespassers.
gonna keep an eye out for
However,
a reverse
by
flag from now
12:10
on.
p.m., the front entrance gates of the Cairo exclusion zone collapsed from the force of the charging
Yeah, see, he's
crowd.
the only one with the reverse flag.
Informed of the approaching Americans, medical personnel and survivors at the epicenter began to vacate the premises. By 12:43 p.m., the first Americans were seen by officials at the epicenter. Although the wet ground was expected to significantly slow their approach, several citizens had arrived earlier than anticipated since they had utilized car hubcaps to slide quickly across the ground. With
They were freaking sledding, bro!
no law
They were
enforcement
sledding
at
a
the scene,
crab
the
goo.
American citizens began to collect fallen goods and pry open shipping containers. Popular goods included furniture, firearms.
I get the feeling that they're not really trying to get their stuff back. They're probably there for a lot more than just their stuff.
Processed food, tea machines, bars of gold, automobiles, and designer
Bars
clothing.
of gold.
As Americans continued to arrive at the epicenter,
The fact that he mentioned the bars of gold is interesting.
more injuries from accidental falls were observed. Concussions and broken arms were the most common injuries during the initial break-in. At 1 p.m., several fights broke out over a
They even brought children there? What the hell?
Ford pickup truck that had rolled out from a container and crushed a family. 3 aggressors were shot by a man who had found a rifle. The conflict fueled
Again, the one firing the force multiplier has the reverse banner.
an unpleasant
The
atmosphere.
reverse flag, I mean
With
US
more
flag.
instances of gun violence as time went on. One notable incident saw the discovery of a container of firearms by a group of young children. The accidental firing of an automatic weapon by one child prompted the intervention of their parents and other adults. The resulting verbal argument escalated quickly and broke out into a full-scale gunfight with over 14 armed subjects, including the children. Another fight erupted after the
Oh,
discovery
it's turning into District 19. I am over here, like, it's a
of
whole
a deluxe
freaking.
barbecue grill,
What is District 19 or
which
District
13
9?
Americans
The one with
had
the crab aliens.
simultaneously called dibs on when the item was pulled
prawns.
out of a shipping container. All 13 Americans died from gun-related wounds. When the last wave of the 12,000 Americans had entered the epicenter, overcrowding ensured that the accidental fall of one individual would trigger a continuous series of additional falls. Without any open space for the midday sunlight to reach the wet ground, the bodily fluid had no time to evaporate, and the number of falls steadily increased.
And, like, you gotta think about it, too, like, there's people there, opening containers, opening stuff, probably throwing, like, spoiled food, spoiled stuff on the ground. You know what I'm saying? They're probably opening up shit. Like, if there's any gasoline or, like, oils, like, you know, they're gonna be tossing that stuff. Anytime somebody gets murdered, now it adds blood. It adds other goop to the ground. Like, they're just turning the entire thing into a messy gore fest. And it's gotta be a nightmare in there.
Around 1:30 p.m., one of the posterior legs of the Suez Canal crab twitched and incited panic in a nearby
Oh
crowd.
no!
As Americans attempted to flee, many fell on the slippery ground and were trampled by those rushing behind them. By
Yo, who's the actual monster here? Is it the giant crab or is it all the people? The people are like Like the actual parasites are the humans here. Think about it. Bros are running all over it, like anytime, like whenever there's like a whale fall, you know, like when a whale dies, it goes all the way to the bottom of the ocean, and like all the creatures start to come out to try to eat it. That's basically what the humans are.
1:33 p.m. The screams of the panicked crowd had reached a deafening volume, reportedly being heard over 5 miles away. Due to the reinforcement of the Cairo exclusion zone's gates and orders from the Ministry of Health to prevent any American citizen from leaving the exclusion zone, the massive
Well, yeah, you're freaking infected now. They said at the beginning that there was some kind of contagion like being spread. Y'all just gotta stay there now. What do you mean?
crowds were kept inside the 3-mile radius of the epicenter, held in place by an orderly line of tanks that flanked the entirety of the zone's perimeter. The gates stood for over 6 hours as Americans ran from the epicenter. Many soldiers became ill at the sight of injuries caused by the thousands of bodies being crushed into the metal bars. By 7:15 p.m., everyone within a half-mile of the gate had perished from extreme pressure. Heat exhaustion, accidental falls, and gun violence were also major causes of death.
Dude, I'm imagining like World War Z, people just trying to climb over bodies.
Cairo exclusion zone gates were opened
I'm gonna
at
cough
8
real quick.
p.m.
I'm gonna mute myself.
Soldiers searched for the remaining survivors. Of the over 12,000 Americans who had arrived, only 944 survived. 77 of the American survivors were found kneeling around the Suez Canal crab and claimed to have been promised from a deity that they would survive if they prayed to the crab. However, none of them could account for the remains of dead worshippers that littered the ground around them. They would later establish.
I mean, it's unfair, right? So some deity told them to start worshiping the crab. They're probably just fanatics. But there were apparently that wasn't a guarantee either, because a bunch of people freaking perished anyways.
Established the Church of
Also
the
being
Ever Given
worshippers.
during their stay at a local hospital. Howard Melrose,
Church of
an
the Ever
American
Given.
journalist permitted to visit the Cairo exclusion zone the day after the stampede, said of the site, "It looked like something from a medieval painting. All of their bodies were jammed into each other. Everyone became one."
The Cairo exclusion zone is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It's like a freaking it's like a new tragedy, kind of like the Titanic, but in their alternate reality, bro. It's crazy. That one was amazing. This is by far the most like good shiz, bro. Like this is the most like lore story heavy like monument mythos we've had yet. You know what I'm saying? I love it. I like it. It gave us a lot more than most of the other, like pretty much all of the ones that we had in the past. But it also still left so much to the imagination, which is just peak analog horror. I loved it. It's so good. Is that actually the actual name of the guy, or is this Dr. Disturbing the Wandering Wanderer? This one, Alex, is that the actual creator of Monument Mythos? Alex Katsanis? I don't know if that's actually the guy, but if it is, good shiz, bro. This one's amazing. I like the music, Andrew. This is like, Dr. Disturbing is like the YouTuber, I'm assuming, in the lore. I just don't know if Alex is the guy who actually is making Monument Mythos, or if that's like the name of Dr. Disturbing in the lore. Alright, absolutely phenomenal. Please go and drop a like, go drop a sub. This one's freaking I loved it. This is one of my favorite one of my all-time favorite ones so far. I love how it went from Crab Cryptid to Battle Royale Cairo Edition. Hey, dude, this reminds me of Whale Falls. For those who don't know what a whale fall is, let me learn you a little something. So a whale fall is basically whenever a whale passes away, it falls all the way down from like, you know, the massive ocean all the way down to the freaking bottom of the ocean. And literally entire generations of animals, entire generations are like are born, live, mate, die before this freaking whale is like finished getting consumed. It's you know what I'm saying? As soon as the whale hits the ground, and even before then, realistically, because quite a few like creatures start trying to like eat at it, along the way down. They already know it's like passed away. And they just sort of like, you know, as soon as it touches the ground, bam! Everyone knows, start consuming, start eating, rip it apart, tear out. That's basically what the humans felt like to me. It felt like a human whale fall, like where the crab itself passed away, it died. There's blood everywhere. It freaking the gashi, that, you know, the gaping wound and all that. And people saw, like, they smelled the fresh blood, aka the sports cars and like the goods, you know, the gold bars, and they freaking went like freaking hyenas, bro. I loved it, absolutely phenomenal. I love stuff like that makes you think about like the human condition. You know what I'm saying? It's sick. I love it. Not trying to be on that like what is it Jaden Smith like grind, but like, I like stuff like that makes you think about like, damn, bro, that's crazy. You know, like Game of Thrones, be like, oh damn, that's how medieval times be. It's crazy. That's what it was like back then for people, bro. I hate that. Sucks, bro. Like, what happened? You didn't have Advil? Like, what if your back hurt? Damn, that sucks. You know, like stuff like that. All right, please go and drop Manticore a like, go drop him a sub, all that good stuff. We're gonna move on to the next episode. It'll be linked on the Discord as always. If you're live, if you're on the VOD, then it'll be on the YouTube description, but down below. Okay, this was 3 minutes. Fallen Father, Monument Mythos. What is this? Statement from Maze. We hope you're happy wherever you are. Okay. So, for those who don't remember, Maze, I'm pretty sure, Maze is basically a technology company, a tech company. I don't know if they created the T device, the Twitter device, but they created a video editing software that basically overtook all other video editing software in the world. And the reason for that is that they were basically controlled by the U.S. government, so it was a good way for them to be able to suppress information if needed. They could see what other people were working on, what they were editing, what they were doing. So let's see now what's going on, and I believe like even deeper into the lore, it seemed like the majority of the Maze offices, the Maze buildings, followed a very like what's called Project Serpent. It was like they basically built outposts across the United States of America, following every single monument, like disaster or secret government facility that they have. It was freaking cool. But they may be a front for the U.S. government to be able to continue to monitor these creatures. We just don't know very much besides the fact that they basically have a base set up along the U.S. specifically targeting these like heritage sites, or these, I don't know what you would call them, like what do we call them? Anomaly sites. There we go. They specifically like set up shop next to anomalous sites, kind of like the SCP Foundation. You know what I'm saying? The shocking surprise visit. Are you ready? My body is ready. Ew! They followed me all the way home. What the hell are they? Yuck! Oh, it's a squirrel. Mr. Squirrel! My apologies. He's back! Nah, son, that's a government spy camera, isn't it? That's not no squirrel. You can see it in the eyes. That's not no squirrel. Look at that eyeball, bro. It's like those like Yeah, it looks like one of these, bro. Look at that. You see that? You see this? You looking at this? Look at that. Nah, son. I don't trust this squirrel. That's a government that's a government plant right there, bro. So you have to say the squirrel's beautiful, otherwise the government comes after you. He just gave you the stink eye. What I tell you, bro? No, that's a camera. That's a camera. That's not no squirrel. I know a squirrel when I see a squirrel. That's not no squirrel. Horny! Alright, well, alright, relax. Alright, no need for... You don't gotta put out his business like that to the universe, to the world. But you gotta go tell his business like that to everyone. But forget about that. Since you're gone, you'll never see this video, but... What are we looking at right now? Hold on, what? I had a dream that you were still here, and you were about to leave the house. Yo, this taking a dark turn real quick, hold on! Chill! And right before you left, you said, I'm going home now. I know your health problems made your body a prison, and now you're free. But we miss you so much, I wish I hugged you more often. This is so sad! What is this image? Is that another one of those, like, creatures? The freaking, like the ant? Like the auntie? What are they called? The one in the Grand Canyon? I love you, Dad. I hope you're happy wherever you are. Is that another one of the creatures like the ant from the Grand Canyon? I can't stop thinking about the day you left. Bro went for the milk and just never turned back up. It hurts so much to remember. The worst memories live at home with us. Hold on, what did he see? Why is he running away? Okay, I didn't see nothing. It ran into the house. What is coming down from the ceiling? What is it? It's like something coming down from... It came down from the ceiling and it's like checking them out. Oh, it's gonna open the curtain. Did it just cover the whole thing? What is it? Bro, I think it's one of those creatures like the one from the Grand Canyon. I can't believe it's been 3 days already. Nathaniel Arnoldson, July 1961, May 2021. Eric Cassatt, what? Did he also pass? Fallen Father, filmed by Alex Cassanis. This feels eerily similar to the one from the Grand Canyon, where the aunt, they kept going to visit the aunt, who was like some kind of like a weird morph of a creature. But see, this might be, we hope you're happy wherever you are. This might be another situation of like an edited video where Maze covered it up. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what this is. This is another video that the Maze company like wiped from history. The way the video transitioned from silly to scary was so unique. Like it went from horny to the worst memories of at home with us. Dude, it was freaking insane. I'm going to assume what and that what I'm going to assume is a giant bloated head just behind a cloth. Yeah, so it's giant bloated heads. Like, so what is the deal with the giant bloated heads? Why is that a thing? The aunt was at the Grand Canyon. This is the dad now. And then another one visits him at the house, which I'm assuming is his brother. I think he says, right? Because he has Nathaniel Canansis, no, Nathaniel Arnoldson, and then Eric Casanis. A film by Alex Casanis. Okay, so Alex Casanis is an in-lore character. Was that his father then, Eric? Who was the other guy then? Who's Nathaniel? Are they related? Is that the dad, or why do they got different last names? Did they take the mom's name? I like it. This was a cool one. I like it. It was just creepy, just eerie and creepy, honestly. But again, it reminded me a lot of the Grand Canyon one. Yeah, more or less it'd be something like this, but I mean that's not what it looked like, right? The image that they showed us was this. That's what they showed us. So we never got like a clear full image. But you can kind of something like this is basically what we're expecting, and it's apparently potentially some kind of sacrifice, some kind of ritual that they do in order for this to happen. And this is basically the map that they use to follow the maze company, Project Horned Serpent. Starts at Alcatraz Island and pretty much goes all the way until the Statue of Liberty. Pretty much just like goes across the entire U.S. This one's crazy. This one's cool, but again, it's a nice. Like nothing too much, but it's a nice freaking addition to the Grand Canyon one. And I can't. I think it's some kind of like weird cult or something where they like perform a ritual and that happens. And you know what? I think if he's saying Nathaniel, wasn't Nathaniel the name of the dad? So maybe he did the same thing as his sister. Let's go back. It's Nathaniel. Let me go check before we move on. What was the name of the aunt? If this is Nathaniel, because the dad is the one that takes his kids to visit his sister. So that's the sister. That's the aunt. The bloated head. Okay, here we go. So that thing is their aunt. It's called a canyon galan, or a canyon crown. It uses vinegar to shrink its huge head back into its body. My dad said the reason we went on this trip was so he could find his sister Maya. So these canyon crown people or canyon galas can actually like remove their bloated heads using like and then they have to use vinegar to put their head back on. Arnoldson. Okay, so this video was also by Alex Casanis. I want to see, he talks about, let's go back a little bit more, because I think he talks about yeah, it made the whole place smell like vinegar. So does that mean potentially that this is the same guy, but now his dad also did the same thing as his sister Maya? That's kind of sad, bro. But again, this is just like more additional stuff. Like this is like, you know, it just shows you that these like occurrences, these like weird cryptids or mysterious things are like natural in this world, in the Monument Mythos world universe. You know, crazy. Please go drop Manticore a like. Go drop him a sub. For Fallen Father, freaking phenomenal video. We're gonna move on to the next episode. But that was freaking dope. I loved it. That was cool. That was a nice complimentary one to the Canyon Crown one. Next up, we got Dean Disaster. Bro, we got President Dean back. Let's go. Should I read this before or after? Screw it. We'll read it before. Out of respect for the but then what about spoilers? Alright, no spoilers. Dean Disaster, the story of America's worst TV hijacking. Oh, okay, that was during the Dean's during his presidency. Wait, it like started playing nothing but like Dean propaganda.
During a broadcast of ABC Evening News, anchor Frank Reynolds told viewers to be prepared for tomorrow and that they would witness the start of a glorious adventure. Word spread quickly throughout the country, and civilians invited friends and family to their homes in anticipation of the next day. Although no details of this glorious adventure were known, it was widely presumed to be another exciting TV announcement from President James Dean. Watching parties were organized in living rooms across America, and on the evening of May 13, 1969, after the ABC Evening News ended, televisions were closely watched with millions of unblinking eyes. No one...
Now, this is actually concerning as all get out. The reason for that is my ongoing theory is that President Dean is actually a cognito hazard. I don't know how or why or what the rhyme or reason for it is, But somehow Dean is able to just looking at him, just listening to him talk, looking at him, sort of puts you into a mind control state, which is why he was able to win the presidency so easily. Which is, and if that's true, this is concerning.
Wanted to miss what President Dean had to say.
James Dean's America is hell. But you still don't believe us. You'll hear the truth from James Dean himself.
Oh, this is a great, bro. This is some good classic politics debates.
Immediately following the broadcast,
You said that he was gonna say it, but I don't think he didn't say nothing. He just started yelling at me.
air raid sirens activated across all 50 states. The sirens blared at a far greater volume than usual and burst the eardrums of every civilian within a 4-mile radius. The resulting panic
Damn! Why you gotta do that?
triggered severe overcrowding at bomb shelters and deadly stampedes in the streets. Thousands were trampled and hospitals were overwhelmed within the hour. Fires broke out in all major cities, and cars left running in the streets produced lethal amounts of carbon monoxide, which flowed into...
Bro, that's insane. So this guy used the image of James Dean in order to influence everyone. I mean, because it's true. If James Dean is a living, breathing cognito hazard, in theory, you'd be able to just use the image of him to manipulate people and start a panic, a riot.
poorly ventilated bomb shelters.
Something as simple as this could really
homes.
make people flip out.
In Washington, D.C., the White House was placed into lockdown immediately after the TV hijacking, and President Dean was rushed
I love
home.
this shot, by the way.
In
They
Washington,
gotta make sure the Washington Monument's in the background over there.
D.C., the White House was placed into lockdown immediately after the TV hijacking, and President Dean was rushed to a maximum security underground bunker. Able to hear the anguished screams of civilians in the streets above, Dean refused to stay in the shelter. When carbon monoxide alarms went off in the bunker, he urged his staff to exit the White House with him and shut off the vehicles left on the roadways. With a phone call, Dean mobilized the National Guard to assist with the deactivation of the millions of parked vehicles across America. Several more phone calls to high-ranking military officials and world leaders revealed that no nuclear missiles had in fact been launched. President Dean soon realized that the air raid sirens had been hijacked by a domestic organization and immediately ordered all forces of the military to disable every active siren in the nation. When military technicians arrived at the location of the sirens, they found that the bodies of prior technicians, who had perished from the combination of stress and the siren's sheer volume, piled so high as to have formed a ramp to the top of the speakers. The overcrowding of streets by civilians and unaccompanied...
Wait, so those were prior technicians? Or just people were trying to get to it?
When military technicians arrived at the location of the sirens, they found that the bodies of prior technicians, who had perished from the combination of stress and the siren's sheer volume, piled so high as to have formed a ramp to the top of the speakers.
These sirens became a freaking weapon of mass destruction.
The overcrowding of streets by civilians and unaccompanied cars frequently blocked the path of emergency vehicles and prolonged the process of disarming the sirens. Against his advisors' wishes, President Dean tasked himself with the deactivation of an air siren near the White House. Although he would accomplish the task fairly quickly, Dean sustained permanent ear damage and was rendered fully deaf. The sheer volume had also caused countless blood vessels in his body to burst and produce several abdominal hernias. His condition was shared among the millions of other Americans who had been near the sirens at the time of their activation.
What a legend, though. Bro really sacrificed his freaking ears, though.
3 hours would pass before all air raid sirens would be fully disabled.
So, whoever this guy is, he specifically used James Dean's image in order to be able to effectively create a cognito-hazard weapon. Because because you have to understand, right? Think about it. We're at 4.5. Listen to what the message was, right?
You'll hear the truth. America is hell.
Like, listen to this, right?
James Dean's America is hell. But you still don't believe us. You'll hear the truth from James Dean himself.
So they implanted the idea that James Dean's America is hell, right? Then they put the cognito hazard on the screen, alter it a little bit to make it look more demonic, right? But then the only thing it says is like the sound of the siren. So theoretically, if James Dean is a cognito hazard, now that that idea has been implanted into your head, anytime you hear that siren, all those emotions and those thoughts that are implanted from this message here
Believe us.
is basically just being looped and repeated into your brain, being forced and burned into your brain via cognito hazard. So all these technicians
Fires, broken homes, maximum
that like sacrifice themselves basically were just being bombarded with a cognito hazardous message, and so the stress of it to like unalive them.
Piled path of an the sheer volume house.
James Dean only went deaf really because like he was able to single-handedly do it because he himself he's immune to his own cognito hazard.
So he would accomplish the task fairly quickly. Dean sustained.
But apparently they still set the siren so loud that it still injured him anyways.
Permanent ear damage and was rendered fully deaf. The sheer volume had also caused countless blood vessels in his body to burst and produce several abdominal hernias. His condition was shared among the millions of other Americans who had been near the sirens at the time of their activation. 3 hours would pass before all air raid sirens would be fully disabled. The next morning, at the advice of federal authorities, civilians slowly made their way from the shelters back to their homes. Although some continued to stay in the shelters for fear of radioactive fallout, most accepted the explanation given by military officials over the radio. There is no nuclear holocaust. A domestic terrorist organization hijacked the sirens of America.
At that point, you gotta like just put out a message like, "Alright, listen. This was a false flag. This was this didn't work. This wasn't real. But y'all gotta do better in a real situation. Y'all really just left the cars on. Like, turn the freaking car off. Put it in park. Turn it off. Get to the bunker. Like, it's not that difficult."
Streets were littered with bodies and automobiles. The National Guard handed out blindfolds to the young, sick, and elderly as they exited the shelters to prevent the scenes of bloodshed from causing fainting spells and heart attacks. At the Walt Disney Medical Center, physicians examined President Dean and other members of his staff who helped disarm the sirens. All were diagnosed with severe hearing loss. Against his doctor's advice, Dean insisted on issuing a public statement on the traumatic events that had transpired.
Oh, damn, is that why he did it? Think about it.
Hearing loss. Against his doctor's advice.
Think about it. And now Now that so many people are deafened by this event, they can't hear the cognitohazardous message from President Dean. So since they no longer can hear the message from President Dean, they might be able to escape some of the cognitohazardous effects. Now, Dean could do a workaround for this, right? By putting, visual text and a picture of him. I just don't know if that would have the same effect.
Advice, Dean insisted on issuing a public statement on the traumatic events that had transpired. Although he initially wanted to appear on live television, a glance at the mirror discouraged him, as he saw the countless bruises and tears present.
Yeah, he looks messed up, bro.
On his skin due to the intensity of the sirens. In coordination with technicians from the Department of Defense, President Dean instead organized a large-scale radio broadcast, utilizing the very air raid sirens they had disabled. Later that night, a bruised...
See, and now the people can't hear it. They can't see, so if his face is ruined, is the cognitohazardous effect gone too? You get what I'm saying? They can't hear him, they can't see him. This guy is single-handedly, even though it's a terrible thing what he did and messed up, he did technically just break the chains that James Dean had on the U.S.
Frank Reynolds would announce on ABC Evening News that Dean would speak through the sirens and that captions would be displayed simultaneously on television for viewers who were hard of hearing.
Now, I forgot the name of the organization, but we do know that there is an organization that's been, specifically attacking maize companies and has been warning people about the monuments and the sacrifices that are potentially happening in the monuments.
I'm sorry, very sorry for what's come to pass. I wish I could bring back your friends, your family. I want to fix everything. This is not the announcement I planned for. But as you know, there are people who have it in for us. The Anti-Dean Association.
Right, okay, so that's the name of the organization. So the ADA, even though it's a funny name, right? It's the Anti-Dean Association, but effectively it's because Dean is literally the cognitohazard tool that they use in order to control Americans. Now, I don't know if it's just America in general, the greater conspiracy, the secret government, the secret world order. I don't know what exactly it is. That's I don't know who Dean is working for specifically, but the ADA has specifically targeted the maize company. Now they're going after Dean directly, like the White House.
They hijack our systems. They hurt people. The Anti-Dean Association is an anti-American association. I want you to keep an eye out for them. They will not be hard to find because they are very proud of their silly ideas. Find them and bring them to your local authorities. We'll make things right. We have places for people like them. This is Jimmy, signing off.
Oh, they're gonna turn these freaking people into Lincoln lookers.
Over the next week, hundreds of thousands of anti-Deaners would be apprehended and sent to correctional facilities around the United States. These facilities, meant for the anti-American, were aptly located near or at national monuments in order to symbolize a return to American virtues. Most
Nah,
would stay for
son,
minutes.
that's my booty cheeks. No, they're doing it to be able to sacrifice them to the monuments. One of the monuments is literally the freaking name. I forgot her freaking name.
A few weeks before being released again. Friends
It's the fallen angel, right? Is the name they gave her? Freedom Faller. Okay, okay. So this was called the Freedom Faller.
and family of rehabilitated
And we know it's alive. The Freedom Statue, the Statue of Freedom, like she is alive. She has this huge. She freaking sacrificed the daughter of the artist that created her, and more than likely, at the very least, whenever she was attacked or dropped, she attacked people. Whether she needs sacrifices or anything like that, I don't know. But we know that if provoked, she absolutely will body you.
Anti-Deaners frequently claimed that they would have improved personalities, no recollection of their past criminal activities, and even slightly altered physical appearances. These methods were so effective in calming the
Lightly altered physical appearances. That just sounds like you're replacing people.
terrorists that many innocent civilians requested themselves to be sent to these facilities in hopes of radically changing their lives. However, federal authorities would
Some people even wanted to be sent there?
deny any admission to those who were not affiliated with the ADA. During one address,
Yeah, they don't want anyone non-ADA to go there because it's like, because then because they're freaking sacrificing and replacing them.
President Dean acknowledged the high volume of requests from the public.
I mean, whatever's living in the Statue of Liberty, for sure, like it was being fed immigrants, flat out, and not it's just due to modern day politics. I'm going to specify not illegal immigrants, just any and all immigrants that were coming into the U.S. were being sacrificed in the monument mythos. To the serpent that lives inside the Statue of Liberty, specifically the pedestal. The Alcatraz Island creature, I think, just sort of attacked. I don't know if sacrificing people to it would appease it or anything like that, but it sort of just attacked the West Coast. The mushrooms on the Mount Rushmore, I don't think that would need any sacrifices. Maybe the Freedom Faller, maybe the Freedom Faller, maybe the statue, the Freedom Statue, like needs some kind of a sacrifice. I just don't think so.
Hey, it's Jimmy again. A lot of you want to be sent to the same places.
Oh, and of course the Lincoln Lookers. The Lincoln Lookers that are like consistently being used. So that's another technically like type of deal where you would sacrifice people. Maybe the special trees. I do believe the special tree requires it needs blood to be watered. So I think so that potential, and we know of two. We know that there's one in the Washington Monument and one at the Rockefeller. Now I don't know what happened to that one actually at the Rockefeller Center.
Sending those anti-Deaners too. I get it. Those who come out of these places, they look clean as a whistle. But if we send you to those places too, then those correctional facilities lose their purpose. If we send everyone to prison, then what's a prison anymore? signing off.
Dude, like, he's such a cognito hazard that he genuinely has people wanting to be imprisoned and re-educated by him. Insane.
On the morning of May 22nd, 9 days after the disaster, President Dean received a state-of-the-art hearing implant from Maze Machines, an up-and-coming tech company. Around noon at the Walt Disney Medical Center, the device was surgically inserted into Dean.
At the Walt Disney Medical Center.
Sound quality of the implant and the speedy nature of the surgery inspired Dean to imagine a new government department, which would be able to oversee the mass production and distribution of quality hearing implants to the American public. That evening, President Dean requested an emergency session of Congress and proposed
it's like the ID chips they're trying to implant into people now, IRL.
Ambitious project.
I can't hear a damn thing. Did you hear me? I can't hear a damn thing. Neither can you, or you, or you, or you. It doesn't matter whether you.
Why are we talking? What?
Sirens or not. None of you are listening. We need to bring together those technology companies to build and send hearing devices that the public needs. Hearing devices that you yourself need. And through a collaboration with the Department of Health, we can give back to the people what our failures took away.
Okay, like, he's a cognito hazard, but like, come on, US, like, we just got the technology to like bring people's like eyeballs back, like, you know, like, I think we are like helping out quite a few people, but it's like, is that like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we gotta mass produce all these solutions, you know what I'm saying?
We can let a mother hear her child laugh again.
I like this guy. You know what? James Dean's already he's convincing me. I'll vote for him.
Everyone their hearing again. And who's stopping you? Listen.
A man can hear his dog again.
Let a man hear his dog again.
He can hear bro. You can hear Kaya whimpering and screaming every time Hassan freaking shocks her.
Give everyone their hearing again. And who's stopping you? Listen to the public. You're all about deadlines too. So here's one. By July 4th, I want every American to hear the fireworks.
Due to a malfunction in his auditory
What's gonna happen on July 4th?
Dean was unable to hear himself and as a result spoke much louder on the Senate floor than on previous occasions. The volume of his speech, which greatly amplified his
They keep freaking showing the Freedom Father. Are they sacrificing people to the freedom to the Statue of Freedom?
American people profoundly affected the senators, and in the early hours of May 23, 1969, after 10 hours of discussion, the Department of Technology was approved. It was the fastest an executive department had ever been established. By May 27th, all persons with hearing loss attributed to the anti-Dean disaster would be eligible for the surgical implantation of a hearing device free of charge. Mass operating rooms would be established throughout the U.S., able to house over 1,000 patients at once. The use of surgical androids was approved on June 6th, which increased the number of surgeries performed per day over 250%. Once all victims had free of charge. Mass operating rooms would be established throughout the U.S.
What are these freaking bunkers, bro? Nah, they're getting prepared for something.
Able to house over 1,000 patients at once. The use of surgical androids was approved on
That's what they freaking look like? They got freaking surgical androids? Come on now.
June 6th, which increased the number of surgeries performed per day over 250%. Once all victims had been treated, those with deafness unrelated to the disaster also became eligible for the surgery. On July 4th, it was announced that there was no incidence of severe hearing loss in the country. The United States was the first nation in the world to eradicate deafness. The achievement had been expected for some time since its first mention during Dean's congressional address. In preparation, many health organizations, both domestic and international, had prepared to host banquets for Dean and grant awards to him and his staff. However, President Dean spent the entirety of Independence Day racing cars with close friend Richard Nixon at a local speedway.
Yeah, bro is just bro is a menace with this. All he does is race cars with Nixon. What is Nixon? Oh wait, nah. They keep mentioning the fact that anytime James Dean does something major and important, he keeps going back to talk to Nixon. To go drive race cars with Nixon. Why?
Though many would cite the recovery from the anti-Dean disaster as James Dean's finest hour, the president was never willing to accept responsibility.
All we did was fix some ears.
So, I'm starting to feel like maybe Nixon is kind of like. I think Richard Nixon is kind of the man behind the scenes here. You know, like Dean keeps. Why does he keep reporting back to him? But like, even if that's the case, even if Nixon is using Dean as a cognito hazard, it seems like things should, like the Anti-Dean Association, the ADA, is like starting to fight back in a major way. Like he can't really ignore them anymore. They're not just a silly, not just a silly little organization anymore. I'm pretty sure that Alex Casana is just meant to be it's just like the creator of the series. So I still gotta figure out who the other like Vinegar Heads guys were, but regardless, this one specifically was freaking awesome. But it's too consistent. Him going back to Nixon and racing cars after major events like this. Out of respect for deaf culture, the surgical processes developed under the Dean administration were made optional for all Americans. However, acute social pressure compelled nearly every citizen with deafness to accept medical treatment. Those who were against treatment were frequently ostracized from society, and some were even harassed to flee the country. You basically had to freaking get the implant, or get out. But then what else could that implant have in it, you know? Nah, that's insane, because now they have implants in the majority of Americans. Across the US, it's freaking nuts. If anything, the ADA made things worse. Because now he has implants in all the Americans. But, like, is James Dean specifically, like... I guess here's my question, right? Is James Dean sacrificing these people to the monument? Or is James Dean himself a monster too, a cognito hazard, being used by Nixon? And I'm saying Nixon because that's the only person who's been a consistent reoccurring character that James Dean keeps reporting back to. I don't know, but they haven't really mentioned him very much. Absolutely phenomenal video, by the way. Please go drop Manticore a like, a sub, all that good stuff if you're watching live. The links will be on the Discord. If you're watching on the VOD, please check it out down in the description below. Next up, we got Giza Guardian, the monument missiles. Okay, we go back to Giza. Interesting. Okay, because the reason it's interesting is because we had I mean, we had the Suez Canal crab go to Cairo to attack the giant tower, which I theorized might contain a special tree. Now we have something else happening in Giza. Interesting. Okay. Weather permitting, we will carry a feed of the starry Sphinx in Giza on July 4th. Okay, so this is literally the due date for everyone being able to hear or have the implants inserted into them. They're moving around! Are those supposed to be... Or are they just landing? Just a bunch of aliens landing? What is this? Did the aliens just put straws in our freaking planet? What is that? What the frick? No, it's like building a tower. It's unfolding itself. Is it a special tree? Is it multiple special trees landing? Hold up! So it made a bunch of arches. So the stars came down to Earth and started building arches. Wait, hold on. Did it electrify the area? What happened there? Yeah, it starts electrifying. Which, so far, we've only ever seen this with special trees. So are these all special trees? What are they doing? I think that was a bunch of special trees landing on Earth. Are they like seeded from space? Project Giza Guardian.
Throughout the 19th century, English archaeologists in Egypt encountered stories, time and again, of mysterious lightning strikes near the Great Pyramids of Giza. It was reported that the lightning would strike only in the presence of certain rare constellations. However, no one outside of the Bedouin tribes knew of which constellations. The secrecy protected the value of Giza glass, a mineral created by the strange lightning striking the desert sand. The glass also served as a form of black market currency for several tribes.
Hold up, so when the special tree lightning strikes the sand, it creates Giza glass.
For decades, the Bedouins' knowledge eluded
That's
British
freaking sick!
archaeologists.
It's like Valyrian
For
steel!
as long as the constellations remained unknown, the Giza glass that formed was retrieved by the Bedouins long before anyone else arrived. However, in the late 1870s, British Egyptologist Flinders Petrie discovered the constellation which preceded the electrical phenomenon. In 1880, he arranged an expedition to collect samples of Giza glass for the British Museum. Petrie accurately predicted the appearance of Giza glass and with the help of British troops, secured the location of the glass for themselves. The glass, which formed in long, multi-layered sheets, was fractured in order to be more easily transported. While collecting fragments, Petrie slipped and landed on an upright plane of Giza glass. The force of the fall, combined with the sharpness of the material, decapitated Petrie immediately. While British troops at the scene quickly assumed Petrie had been killed, a closer inspection revealed that he was still alive. Although his head was separated from his body, Petrie remained conscious and could even mouth rudimentary words. Medical personnel were initially relieved Petrie had somehow survived, but they became concerned.
They were relieved? I mean, what the frick? So if you get your freaking head chopped off by Giza glass... So the special tree can grant other infuse other materials with, like, anomalous properties.
When his head began to discolor and swell significantly. But the fate of Flinders Petrie is a tale for another day.
It began to swell. So is that how the Canyon Crown people are created? It's people chopping off their own head using Giza glass? Then they have to use vinegar in order to shrink their heads back down and reattach it to their bodies.
Petrie's lot, as his collection of Giza glass came to be known, arrived in England in 1891. Unfortunately, due to the poor handling of its containers during transit, the glass arrived broken into thin shards and was deemed worthless by museum curators. Yet, as a token of international diplomacy, the British Museum
Y'all suck. Y'all really couldn't package it well after bro got decapitated?
Divided Petrie's lot among visiting American ambassadors. Vaguely aware of Giza glass's odd properties, President John D. Rockefeller ordered the immediate confiscation of the material from the American ambassadors. Although many in his administration were eager to see the glass be used in warfare, President Rockefeller refused to authorize military use and instead discussed other possible applications with the head of the Department of the Interior.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's like an anomalous property blade. Is that a katana?
After numerous conferences, it was settled that segments of Giza glass would be polished into fine blades and given to a select group of Greco-Egyptian swordsmen. These unusually tall swordsmen were assigned to the Grand Canyon and guarded restricted areas from trespassers. Protected under federal law, the Grand Canyon Guardians continued to serve for decades until the last member was discontinued. All trespassers who were maimed by the Guardians were promised a lifetime's worth of a special concoction which controlled unwanted side effects.
So they created these Guardians who would decapitate themselves to be able to watch over the canyon. They were given vinegar in order to, like, a lifetime's worth of vinegar to shrink the heads back down. So does that mean they still have the Giza Guardians? Is that what the Aunt Maya was? Okay, now we kind of figured out what the deal with the aunt is and the Grand Canyon. They still have a secret organization of Giza Guardians protecting the Grand Canyon. For what purpose? Who the frick knows, but I see a doorway right there to the left.
However, since the medication's efficacy decreased over time, older victims were promised housing within the Grand Canyon to guarantee their safety and privacy from the outside world. But only under the condition that they would lure known dangerous persons wanted by the federal government to the forbidden zones of the national park.
So, that's what the freaking heads are. They're luring... They have a bunch of Giza Guardians luring people into the restricted zones so that they could effectively be taken out, I'm assuming. Or sacrificed, potentially. However, sightings of swordsmen in the Grand Canyon continue to this day. I mean, we know for a fact that Maya... The following audio is an excerpt from an interview with Louisa Crawford, wife of the esteemed American sculptor Thomas Crawford. We know that Maya potentially is one of these Giza guardians. Whoops. This is the wife of the creator of the Freedom Statue. So I'm assuming this is after she lost her husband and daughter.
Thomas odiava l'America. È andato a Roma quando era 21 anni e ci è rimasto per il resto della sua vita. Era divertito dal fatto che la proprietà degli schiavi americani lo volesse per creare una statua chiamata Libertà. All'inizio Thomas non voleva aiutarli, ma poi realizzò che la statua poteva diventare un simbolo per altre persone. Diede alla statua un berretto della libertà.
Hold up. So he hated... I'll read it out loud for all y'all. Because why not? But apparently, so he hated America.
Thomas odiava l'America.
Thomas hated America. He went to Rome when he was 21 and stayed there for the rest of his life. He was amused that the slave-holding Americans wanted him to make a statue named Freedom. At first, Thomas did not want to help them, but then he realized that the statue could be a symbol for others. So did he do it on purpose? Did he turn it into a monster on purpose? And then his own... Not only did the statue murder him, it murdered his daughter. And wore her skin. Gave the Statue of Liberty cap, something that that freed Roman slaves wore. He thought that if a 20-foot statue of a liberated woman stood on the Capitol dome, perhaps some men would be less ignorant. You can imagine how disappointed he was when Mr. Davis in Washington then told him to take the cap off of Freedom. But Thomas saw his project through to the end. He even went to Egypt to find the material for her sword. Hold on, so her freaking sword is made out of Giza glass. No wonder she came to life. So when the Starry Sphinx constellation appears, it's actually not even a constellation, it's really a bunch of special trees that come down to Earth, form an arch, fire off lightning, and the side effect of that is that it creates a Giza glass, which has anomalous properties. Bro went to get some Giza glass, crafted a sword out of it, and the statue came to life. Ripped his freaking eyeballs out, put them inside of her head instead, and then later on, freaking skinned bro's daughter and wore the skin as flesh instead. Yup. One time while he was sharpening the glass at his workshop, he accidentally cut off the tip of his finger. Although I was worried when he told me, he couldn't stop laughing. So he mixed blood with the Giza glass. He told me that the glass was so sharp that the tip of his finger slipped off without pain or blood. Yet he could still feel it. When Thomas concentrated, he could even make his fingertip twitch on the table.
Addirittura farla concentrarlo sul tavolo. Lo trovava divertente.
He found it funny. I didn't. Hold up. No! Oh no! Does that mean that when the Statue of Freedom ripped out his eyeballs and skinned his daughter alive, they were still alive and felt all of that?
Io no. Ricordo che una sera tornò a casa senza una mano.
I remember he came home one night without a hand. He said he could still move it at the workshop.
Pensava che poteva comunque muoverla all'officina. Era così giovane quando se ne andò.
He was so young when he left.
Aveva solo
Only 43 years
43
old.
Mi sarebbe piaciuto passare più tempo
I wish we
assieme.
spent more time together.
Ci amavamo davvero tanto.
We loved each other very much.
La mia sorpresa quando guardai nel modello
You can imagine my surprise when I looked into the plaster model's mouth.
della bocca. Grazie a Dio che l'ispettore
Thank goodness that Inspector Zafino was wrong.
era nel torto. Mi fece pensare che
He made me think that there was a serial killer in town.
c'era un serial killer in città, ma nessuno l'aveva
But nobody murdered him.
ucciso. Thomas aveva tagliato
Thomas cut his own body up and put himself inside of Freedom.
il suo stesso corpo e si era inserito nella libertà. L'ho visto. Ogni parte
I saw him inside. All of him. He freaking put it. Wait, so he put himself, his body, inside of Freedom. Why did he skin his daughter then?
di lui. Sapevo cosa fosse successo, ma
I knew what must have happened, but seeing his eyes in her face was too much for me.
vedere i suoi occhi sulla statua era troppo per me. Lei sembrava
He
viva.
looked so awake.
Giappino disse agli americani che Thomas
Zafino told the Americans that Thomas passed away.
fosse morto. Credo che lui abbia
I think he's found out the truth since then.
trovato la verità da allora. La polizia di Gibilterra pensava
The Gibraltar police thought I would be devastated to hear that they found Nina's skin in the cave.
che fosse stata devastata dal sentire che avessero trovato la pelle di Nina nella grotta. Ma ero sollevata.
But I was relieved. I know she's still alive. Thomas must have pulled her into the statue with him. Oh, get the hell out of here! They're both trapped in there.
Deve averla messa nella statua con lui. Dentro la libertà. Thomas e Nina
Inside Freedom, Thomas and Nina are protecting America.
stanno proteggendo l'America. Insieme.
Together. Following the broadcast of the controversial Delaware Double Report, the Delaware River Journal was shut down by federal authorities. So they're covering everything up. They're covering up. This is when they revealed the fact that they had the George Washington, the actual OG George Washington, was teleported into the future by a special tree and was found later on, basically confirming that George Washington in the past did not make it across the Delaware River and instead was replaced by a fake after those events. The secondary organization, the New Delaware Journal, continues operations.
Freedom has a new home. Following the ADA storming of the Capitol on January 6th, numerous organizations expressed interest in purchasing the Statue of Freedom. The statue, which fell during the riot,
They want to purchase the statue? What, as like a freaking weapon? A weapon of mass destruction, basically?
impacted over 150 casualties, was seen by reactionary politicians as a result of poor craftsmanship, and blamed her original installer, Philip Reed, for her collapse. Reed
Oh, I see. They're saying they want to buy it, like, to preserve it, so to speak. But the thing is, it didn't fall. So when the government made the cover up, they said that the Freedom Faller the Statue of Freedom fell down. That it was fired upon, and then fell down, like knocked over basically, and hit the ground. That's not what happened. What the ADA, the Anti-Dean Association, attacked the Capitol. The statue woke up and murdered all of them, assassinated them all. So the statue got up. It dropped down. It didn't fall.
An experienced architect and enslaved man at the time of Freedom's assembly, this has become the latest in a series of historical figures demonized by the ADA. Due to growing reluctance to reinstall the Statue of Freedom, the Department of the Interior has instead transferred Freedom to an undisclosed location in the Grand Canyon and rejected all other offers to purchase her. When asked why the statue had been sent to the Grand Canyon, President Dean replied, "The rocks won't shoot her down."
I'm telling, bro, is literally just a freaking. He's just a meme. He's just a freaking meme. But honestly, that's the power of a cognito hazard. He doesn't need to give you that much of an explanation. People just accept it. So they put the Freedom Statue in the restricted zone of the Grand Canyon to be protected by the Giza Guardians. They're trying to hide all the monsters that they have. And soon after, the journalist leaked classified file STFR 3.3099 to the public. What the hell is that? He now lives in exile in Egypt. What was the document? Oh, so this is confirmation. This is confirmation that the Giza Guardians are still in effect. Attract and extinguish ADA members and other curious persons. Protect Maze assets. And it also confirms that Maze is one of their front companies that they're protecting. Wait, hold up. This looks like it's meant to be a map of the US. Is this like an underground tunnel network? Right? This is the US. So the Maze Company, Project Serpent, is a ginormous underground tunnel, and the Maze Company has been setting up shop following Project Serpent, Horned Serpent. Project Horned Serpent is a ginormous underground tunnel across the US. That's freaking insane! So they moved the Freedom Statue. Hold up! I didn't even notice it right away. But yeah, he's decapitating them all. Taylor P. Manning. So then, they got rid of all the Giza Guardians, or maybe they're still there, but how about this? No, this is what, hold on. I don't think Maya, Auntie Maya, is a Giza Guardian. They got rid of the Giza Guardians because they have the Freedom statue with with Giza glass sword. They don't need Giza Guardians anymore. They just need the one. Now, the actual Giza Guardians themselves, though, were giving housing inside of the Grand Canyon, so they may still live there in the restricted zone. But this is showing that the Freedom statue is basically using the underground network, the underground, like, tunnels, to go and eliminate enemies of the state. I'm wondering if any of these, but it's decapitating them. But we know for a fact that this doesn't like end their lives. So Maya is actually one of the victims. So Maya is definitely not a Giza Guardian. She's a victim. And now Maya is trapped inside the Grand Canyon, possibly being held in the restricted zone. The following audio clip, known as the last words of Maya Arnoldson, were recovered by park rangers in the Grand Canyon. Viewer discretion is advised. Remove lens cap. Damn, you're telling me these are her final words, and she forgot to remove the freaking lens cap? That sucks. Skill issue dial. Maya notices something ahead of her. So she went. I'm assuming she went to the Grand Canyon in order to try to see what was inside the restricted zone.
No, not now. I'm leaving now. I won't bother you.
It's the Statue of Freedom. It's too late. Her body falls into a ravine. And that's why she's trapped in the canyon. So her head is still floating around because of the effects of the glass, of the Giza glass. But her body got dropped into the ravine. In 2004, park rangers discovered Maya Arnoldton's headless body. As of 2021, her head remains missing. We know for a fact that she's actually been floating around the Grand Canyon, staying hidden, possibly using the houses created for the Giza Guardians to hide. But she was visited consistently by her brother. Okay, so this is starting to become a much clearer picture now. the government is obviously like whether they started off maliciously doing this. Drop something. Hold on. Yeah. What the frick did I drop? Oh, it's the freaking pen. All right. The government is obviously whether they found a lot of this stuff on purpose, whether they intended, because it seems like whatever the creature in like, if I remember correctly, it seemed like the creature like so first of all, George Washington was teleported into the future by a special tree. And it sounds like he was being mutated or changed or something. That's not really malicious, right? But then you have immigrants being sacrificed to the serpent, the horned serpent. Or sorry, well, I don't know if it's the horn. I don't know if Project Serpent and the serpent from Statue of Liberty are the same thing, but they were definitely like sacrificing people to that. This is another major example of them using these anomalies to take out their enemies. Now, I'm starting to think Richard Nixon is behind everything. He's sort of like the man behind the curtain. And he's using Dean as a puppet. That's why, because you have to think about it, Dean never really, like, it doesn't seem like he's ever really, like, anytime they ask him a question, he just, like, gives the most, like, laid-back, nonchalant answer for everything. You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't feel like he's the one leading. But he is definitely a cognito hazard. And anybody that tries to, like, go against them, figure out their secrets, is getting taken care of, basically, by the Statue of Freedom. Insane. I freaking love it. It's getting crazy, dude. It's getting real freaking crazy. Statement from Maze. Happy Independence Day. Yeah, sure, you freaking... Oh, freaking A. Poor Maya. First, she's incorrectly identified as a person Reagan wanted as a Lincoln looker, and next, she's decapitated by freedom and forced to spend the rest of her life as a canyon crown. Basically. And that's probably, yeah, you know what? That's probably what set her on the trail looking to, like, find the government secrets to begin with, you know? She just, but, like, to be fair, maybe to, like, I don't know. I mean, that's probably the reason why the Anti-Dean Association, like, hired her, recruited her. But now we have the major players. We got the ADA and the government. Freaking wild, I love it. Absolutely, go and drop a like, go drop a sub. To Manticore, let me share this. Please go drop a like or drop a sub. It'll be in the description below or in the Discord if you're watching live. I kinda gotta pee, but I think we can do one more. Before I do. Actually, no, that one was a good one. I'll tell you what, let me go pee real quick. Give me 5-10 minutes. I'm gonna go pee real quick and I'll be right back. Yeah, give me like a cool 10-15 minutes. I'll be right back, Monos. We're probably gonna be going for a cool minute. It's about to be 6 o'clock right now. Today's Thursday. I might, depending on what I do tomorrow, I might even stream. I kind of wanted to get if I don't stream tomorrow reactions, I might even try to do another stream on Saturday. That way I don't have to stress how many we go through today. I'm hoping to get through all of these Monument Mythos today for sure. But then on top of that, I wanted to get through some of the Discord ones and even the Forest, like at least a couple of the Forest Galante ones. But if I do end up doing a stream on Saturday, sort of plan that ahead right now. We can just sort of concern ourselves with these Monument Mythos ones and anything we have on Discord, and then sort of call it there. So, but regardless, doesn't matter. So I'm just sort of like thinking in my own head. I'm sort of like planning out the stream. But I will see you all in just a moment. I'm gonna go pee real quick. Bye bye. Okay, we are back. We are back. Sorry about the wait. The family brought me some foods. Had to help them put the groceries in. They brought me some Mickeys. Bro, I got freaking McDonald's. Bro, it's a good stream today. Shout out to Mama Monkey. If you're watching, love you. It's a good stream today, bro. We got some freaking, we got some freaking, some Monument Mythos, some Spookies. We're gonna watch some stuff later on. Apparently about Japan and some other funnies, potentially. And I got freaking McDonald's. We're good. I got french fries. Ooh. Yummo. Well, they brought honey mustard, barbecue, and ranch. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna use those for, because I don't know what's in the sandwich. I don't know what's in. I think they got me a sandwich or something, but I don't know what's in it. I'm kind of just focusing on the fries right now. So good. But I'll tell you what, the fries can wait. I got me one of these Alani energy drinks. The Witch's Brew. Is good. Let's go! What do we got next? The Rockefeller Revelation. Now, the last time we spoke about Rockefeller in any situation on the Monument Mythos was specifically during the whole situation where a bunch of kids went to go try to put a star on the Christmas tree at the Rockefeller Center, but it was a special tree, which is basically like an anomalous tree with like weird properties, and that basically teleported those children from an alternate reality, potentially from our reality, into the Monument Mythos reality. Because the children, when they arrived there, they explained that Rockefeller, in our universe, he's like an oil tycoon and whatnot, but in the Monument Mythos universe, Rockefeller is actually, realistically, he's actually the president at the time. And so basically, these children got switched from our reality to the Monument Mythos reality. That's the only time we've discussed specifically anything related to Rockefeller. But that does prove that the Monument Mythos reality and our reality is like an alternate history, a diverging history. It's not the same. Hey, Hayden, welcome. My dad unexpectedly passed away 3 months ago. I will try my best to continue his work. Okay, so that's the thing though. If this is what's his face again, I don't know if his dad actually passed away. It might be that he also chopped his head off using the Giza glass. In which case he's a canyon crown now. Okay, I think so. It's Dr. Disturbing again. So I'm pretty sure it's the same guy. And there's like a non-0% chance that his dad copied his brother Maya and like probably got his head chopped off too. By the freedom statue. Nah, see, but now you're gonna start looking into all this. You're gonna get your freaking head chopped off too.
I remember seeing the first German airship in its hangar. I was astounded by its immensity until I saw my own name printed on its side. At that moment, an entirely new feeling unveiled within me. It was an emotion which frequented me in childhood, a blend of revulsion and satisfaction that had followed the execution of a cruel jest on a friend or a stranger. A pin in one's foot. A tumble down a stairwell.
A pin in one's foot and a freaking fall down a flight of stairs is not the same. Like, that's not. How is that equal? What are you talking about? Huh?
What would others think? I thought to myself at the sight of a foreign airship bearing the name of the American president dropping explosives upon cities of unarmed civilians. I wish to say that revulsion was my sole reaction to this invention, yet I cannot deny that I was proud of this magnificent vehicle.
Said, yeah, it's a war machine with my name on it, but money though.
It was perhaps the greatest war machine ever developed by mankind, made possible by yours truly.
Oh damn. Okay, so in this history, he's the one that like Rockefeller created like the war zeppelin, like the Great War, like, or like what? Okay.
By nightfall, shame outweighed pride, and I requested the immediate removal of my name from the airship and all its future successors. Although the Germans complied, they continued to refer to their airships as Rockefellers. I knew that removing my name would not obscure the facts for very long.
Yeah, it's like well, to be fair though, it kind of did. I mean, it's like when people forget about how Coco Chanel used to bang like Nazis and stuff. Damn, I can't say that on YouTube. Nazis. Let's go with that one. Like in order to get away, she like started dating a freaking Nazi in order to escape like persecution, which is like fair enough, right? Like you gotta get away from that situation whatever by whatever means necessary. But it's kind of like everyone's kind of gotta like, you know what I'm saying, like all of these brands, Hugo Boss, the one who like made the freaking uniforms for the Nazis, like they all you know, in one way or another were working alongside them, but people kind of just leave those details to the wayside.
Was
They kind of just don't mention it, you know what I'm
inevitable
saying?
that the American public would one day
They're more they don't really talk, they don't really think about it every time they go buy another Coco Chanel.
become aware of my secret dealings in Germany.
Hayden Von Storch, ooh, why are you so douchey? What's going on with you? You said we do not care, then why are you here, fool? Sounds like a stupid thing to do. Why you go on to a person's stream if you don't care what they gotta say? Surveillance car? Where's the twist? Where's the twist? This ain't right. Something's not gonna be right. The spindle? I feel like there's bro, if this thing starts having a skeletal system or something, I freaking knew it! I freaking knew it! Oh, that's freaking nasty! Ah, I freaking called it! Damn! Yucky! So did they just stuff it full of like canyon crowns? Is that what it is? Did they just put a bunch of people's like floating heads in there?
It had always been my intention
Oh, that's
to
just
reinvigorate
that's
the
disgusting,
American
bro.
economy. Once I had been debriefed of the situation in the Grand Canyon, the overpopulation of crowns.
Okay, so they're just called crowns. They don't really specifically call them canyon. Okay, but so he just turned them into war machines.
I realized that I was also hearing the beginnings of a solution to the impending economic collapse. That solution being slavery. I can imagine your reluctance to read on.
So was he gonna try to enslave crowds, basically?
And I entirely understand. Rest assured, I believe that all citizens should be unconditionally promised the very freedoms that our country established at its founding: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. However, crowns are not men or women, nor are they animals. They are merely the decayed shells of ignoble criminals. They do not qualify for the same freedoms exercised by ordinary civilians.
Yeah, but okay. Yeah, so he's talking about enslaving the crowns. First of all, if they're not human, how do they commit crimes? An animal can't commit a crime. It's a freaking animal. So by definition, it's you know what I'm saying? Like you're not gonna like if a bear attacks a person and eats a guy in the forest or eats a lady in the forest, you're like, well, it's a freaking bear. Like, what do you expect? It's a freaking bear, you know? You're not gonna be like, oh my goodness, that bear murdered that lady. Let's arrest him and put him in jail. It's like, what? No, it's a freaking bear. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's not. It didn't commit a crime. It just freaking ate him because you know what I'm saying? Only citizens can commit crimes.
Bound together,
I mean, only people, really, not citizens specifically, but like only people can commit crimes.
crowns became the perfect workforce. They did not rebel, for they could not speak. They could not leave, for they were chained. And best of all, the crowns were incapable of forming unions.
So, this actually does bring up an excellent other point. The reason why, well, I rather remember the fact that the creator of the Statue of Freedom specifically hated Americans for being slavers and slave owners, which obviously, like, you know, based, all right, cool. But this actually adds another layer of like creepiness to it. Because does that mean he was aware of the fact that they were using crowns as slaves? And that must mean that what's the thing that's at the restricted zone more than likely is the bodies of all the crowns being held captive. Because they're definitely still alive. We know that for a fact they're still alive. It's been confirmed that the Giza glass does not murder the victim. I'm sorry. I see lens, right? Okay, what is it aiming at? What the hell is that? What is that? It looks like a nose. It looks like eyes, a nose, and like giant jaws, like mandibles, like a giant centipede.
Germany was the first nation to inquire about the crowns and their potential applications in warfare. I never mentioned the vast quantities of geyser glass we owned, since I knew that it could provide them with many more crowns at low cost. Instead, after signing several agreements, and receiving a tremendous German sum, I provided them with over 100 crowns, along with my best advisors and the brightest engineers.
So he sold crown slaves to the Nazis. Well, and to be more specific, he sold them a bunch of war machines, a bunch of Zeppelins, crown-powered Zeppelins. Absolutely insane.
Our time with the Germans gave rise to the greatest military vehicles in history. The rock.
And it does, frankly, it does actually show how, at least to a certain degree, the U.S. was making money off of that whole war, World War II, World War One. For like the U.S. like made off like bandits in a lot of those situations, selling armaments to either side.
Germany's
Not like too
growing
much,
demand
right? But
for men and crowns to construct
absolutely it happened.
more Rockefellers revitalized the American economy. Very few nations offered to hire as many of our men and women, and none would have paid as graciously as Germans did. It was, by all accounts, the greatest and most sustainable partnership of recent times.
You're just trying to justify the fact that you sold a bunch of freaking citizens.
I could
All your
not
political
have foreseen
opponents.
the destruction those airships would eventually inflict to the very nation that provided them. I thought that their creation would unite Germany and America. I could not have predicted that by 1918, Rockefeller bombing raids would have killed thousands of American and European soldiers. My terms were over before I could take action against the Germans. It was the administration after my own which was tasked with the seemingly impossible mission of destroying the Rockefellers while preserving the reputation of the former president. Although they knew of my dealings in Germany and had every opportunity to expose me, they chose not to, for in their eyes no good could come of it. However, I knew it was only a matter of time before I would become the laughingstock of my country. As the war drew to a close, I often found myself in a daze, envisioning my assassination on the streets of New York, or, more likely, on the steps of my very own center. However, it would be years before my visions would acquire any plausibility. President Hughes did a fine job of eliminating every Rockefeller while concealing my involvement.
To be fair, anybody that found out, you pretty much turned into a crown as well. So I mean, no duh, right? Like you're just monsters. Like he's over here like, I feel so guilty about chopping off people's heads and turning them into slaves and turning them into war machines to sell to Nazis, and then having those same people bomb our own people using the freaking things I sold. He's like, okay, and like, so you feel bad about it, cool, and like freaking, you prick, like, Operation Pyramid Plasma? I mean, the thing is, he says he feels sorry, but it seems like they're still doing it. They're still chopping people's heads off with Giza glass. Stop. The Great Pyramid is actually an anti-airship death ray. Okay, so the pyramid in and of itself is a freaking death ray, a laser. What powers it? Is it a special tree? What the heck? What's in there?
It is a miracle that only now the news of my involvement in the Great War has become widely known. Thankfully,
Oh, so he didn't even come out himself.
information on the crowns has continued to stay hidden from the public spotlight. I would much rather have the public believe that Germans were the only persons inside when the airships were shot down and crashed in flames. With the tragedy at the center, and now the airship scandal, known by many as the Rockefeller Revelation, I believe that my failures have finally caught up to me. There are men outside the center who had once been my supporters. Now they want me executed. The policemen have kept the crowds at bay, though I believe that my assassination is, like the revelation, inevitable. To be elected the president of a country is the greatest honor a people can bestow. But at the moment, I do wish to be the famous oil tycoon that young Virginia Arnoldson believed I was. Forgive me.
And see, Virginia Arnoldson. Virginia Arnoldson is the girl who was teleported from our universe into the universe of the Monument Mythos. And she is related to the Arnoldsons. Maya Arnoldson. Which makes me think that that's likely the reason why she actually. Damn, think about that. Do you think that the Anti-Dean Association, the ADA, do you think that they're the ones that like did all the children that were teleported from our universe to theirs? They're the ones that created the organization to reveal all these secrets? Because think about it, like it's basically like an isekai. All these kids got teleported into an alternate reality where all these people are being like manipulated by like the cognito hazard Dean and stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. Okay, are they gonna show us how it works? How the freaking laser works? Stage 1, disintegration. Wait, what? Are these the men that were on the side of the pyramids? The semi-conscious and unstable remains of the men traversed the desert in an attempt to better understand their condition. Yeah, hold on. So they cut this in the middle, but they talking about these men? The men on the sides? Man, like, do you need that many men to fire the weapon? And this is what? This is the what do you call it? The side effects? Effects of operation. Stage 1, disintegration. So the people that fired the laser got divided into microscopic parts. So firing this laser is almost like being in the middle of Chernobyl, dude. They didn't pass away. Stage 3, amalgamation. The men fuse together into a more stable being. Bro, if this turns out to be the Air Force One angel, stop. Stage 4, migration. As one, the men return to their homeland. So these are all the people that fired the death ray fused into one being that was more stable because they were separated. They were unstable. It's like they took a bunch of patriotic soldiers and just like turned them into one super like soldier, basically. You know what I'm saying? Like, was this Dean? Tell me this is Dean. Who is this? Is this Dean? Is this? Stage 5, retaliation. Oh no, it's not Dean at all. Hold on, the men execute a counterattack. So they attack the U.S.? So who is this? It seems like it's just... They're calling it just the men. On May 23rd, 1937, President Rockefeller entered a bunker underneath 30 Rockefeller Plaza. That thing better have been made out of freaking Giza glass or something, I don't know. He was never seen again. Investigators found that the door of the bunker had been melted open with possibly the most powerful heat ray ever built. So the men went and annihilated Rockefeller. To this day, the Rockefeller Foundation considers the president's disappearance as an abduction. Oh, so he melted the door, but might have like kidnapped or ran off with the president. To do what? Who the frick knows, right? But only 2 photos of the potential suspect were ever released. What do you mean? I mean, that's the special tree. That's the special tree at its founding. Then they had to like dig it up, and then the special tree being used for the for the Christmas event at the Rockefeller. Can you see them? No. Do I gotta what? Turn up the contrast or something? I don't know. I see. Is that it? Am I looking at it? Is that it? I'm gonna say no. Is it this thing? I see like a head and an arm and legs. That one? Or the tree? That one? It's the Air Force One angel. I think it's the Air Force One angel, where it's literally just the freaking like the it's literally just the freaking nervous system. So the Air Force One angel is an amalgamation of the people trapped, the people who fired the Great Pyramid death ray, they formed together, went after Rockefeller to get revenge for them like losing their lives. And now it seems like Rockefeller may have informed them about all the secret monument monsters, which is why the Air Force One Angel was taken by the Air Force One Angel, and potentially he either went to go try to like destroy them, maybe he just went to go see them, or maybe just went to go agitate them. I'm not sure at this point. Okay, so this confirms that the Air Force One Angel. This confirms who they are. The Air Force One Angel is the amalgamation of the people who fired the Great Pyramid death ray. And they want revenge for all the lies and secrets that led to the Great War. And assumedly, the Rockefeller revelation has a double meaning here. A double meaning as far as the public had a revelation that Rockefeller enslaved a bunch of crowns and turned them into war machines for the Germans. Specifically the Nazis. Or maybe the Nazis don't exist in this universe. We don't know yet, right? That's a different question. But point being is that he created those slaves out of the crowns, sold them to the Germans, and those same weapons were used against the American people. Air Force One Angel wants not only revenge for that, but potentially the revelations is also the fact that Rockefeller may have told the Air Force One Angel about the other monument monsters. My question now is the Air Force One Angel, is it in communication with the ADA? We're just gonna call it ADA instead of the ADA. Well, it's the same thing. I was gonna say we're gonna call it ADA for short, but the ADA and ADA is basically about the same length. So if they're in communication with the ADA, it gets a lot more interesting, but that doesn't seem to be the case, because I would have to assume the ADA would have a little bit more power with something with like a death laser monster, a death laser energy being on their side, you know? I feel like they wouldn't be getting their heads chopped off by the Freedom Statue. So that also explains why the Air Force One Angel visited the Grand Canyon as well. I mean, like, no duh, right? That's the camps. The restricted zone has to be where they're keeping all the freaking crown slaves that are still stuck there. Their bodies, even though their heads are flying around or potentially were put inside the Zeppelins, their bodies are still being contained and still alive, potentially, at the freaking restricted zone. Because we know for a fact that decapitating with Giza glass does not kill the victim. It gets worse and worse with every episode. It gets insane. I love it. Worse in a good way, right? It gets more horrific, I should say. It gets more horrific every freaking episode, and I love it. So good. What do you think happened to President Rockefeller? Share your thought. No, I think the Air Force One Angel, wild theory, and I have no reason to believe it. So, well, I think only three things could have potentially happened. Either he vaporized him on a molecular level, he kidnapped him, and like interrogated him and is using him and his information, or may have also absorbed him. and gained all the knowledge that he had. Which is why the Air Force One Angel knows about all the secret monuments as well. Which is all three options are wild, and I love them. Please go and drop Manticore a like, a sub, all that good stuff, Monodachis. Absolutely amazing. Drop the link on the Discord. If you're watching on the bot, it'll be down in the description below. We're gonna move on to the next one, the Starry Sphinx. Going to bed now, Master Sam? Alright, have yourself a good night, my dude. More than likely, as soon as I get done with these, I'll probably play your video first, and then I got like one other video I wanted to check out personally, and then I'll sort of see what time it is from there. It's 7. I mean, at most I wanted to end the stream by 8. But I was supposed to stream yesterday, so I'll be sure to get through that one. I want to get through through those today. Specifically, that one looks cool because it's a scary one. It's on my Okay, cool. I opened it up just in case. Yeah, because it's a spooky one. Well, why? It makes more sense because the one I wanted to watch is like more news. Perfect. Yeah, the one I wanted to watch is more news oriented, so we'll probably watch that one first, and then I'll go with my video. Cool. It should already be on here, but I added it again just in case. I don't want to refresh the page because I already opened this, but I already added it. It'll be on the VOD at the end, so you can check it out tomorrow if you rewatch it on YouTube, or wait until I upload it. Either or. Alrighty. Starry Sphinx. Oh, sorry. I'm gonna cough real quick. I got some phlegm. Sorry, I got the flu right now, so I'm like all kinds of bad. That's why I haven't been able to stream as well. On top of my every other freaking issue. Alright, cool. Let's do it. Starry Sphinx. So here's what we know about the Starry Sphinx. It is a constellation. During this event, a bunch of the constellations basically land on the ground and unfold into a bunch of arcs. This construction, this arc. And the arcs are arches. Let's call it arches, just to make sure we're talking about the correct thing. But these arches, like the McDonald's arches, they basically create like I don't know what's happening, but they create lightning. Maybe they're teleporting stuff. Maybe it's some kind of something. Who knows what it is, right? But point being is that during this event, lightning is a byproduct of this. And when the lightning strikes hit the sand, it creates Giza glass, which has anomalous properties. One of those properties is that any body part that is cut off still has a connection to the original body part. So, for example, if you were to cut an arm off with the glass, you would still be able to move the arm no matter where you left that arm. It didn't grant any special abilities necessarily, but it seems like, very specifically, at the very least, if you were to cut off a human being's head off, over time, the head would bloat up and actually begin to float, creating the crowns. But because of the bloating, their eyes would effectively be sealed. They wouldn't be able to talk because they don't have vocal cords. So, like, that's just one example of the anomalous properties that it has. But that's just when used as a weapon. There could potentially be other things that it's used for. Let's check it out. I'm hoping we get to see more about what the Giza glass is used for. TFMD on Mars? Wait, hold the phone! The Sphinx is on Mars. And it's moving. It's walking around. But here's what's even weirder is the fact that it seems to be crawling. It's not like I would expect it to stand up like a cat and start walking around, but it's just crawling. Like the whole monument itself is crawling. Like so, it didn't become an animated cat sphinx person. Excerpts from an interview recovered from an arson scene, unrestored.
Egypt was entirely against excavation. They had every right to be upset when we went ahead with it anyway. They said that their system worked for thousands of years and would continue to protect the country. They're right. At the time, the president and our military did not care. We do their solution.
They said, what? Oh, sorry, no, it wasn't ahead, it's right there. They said that their system worked for thousands of years and it would continue to protect their country. Okay, I mean, it makes, okay, so potentially Egypt has their own monument monsters, being the Sphinx. So is that why the star, like, is that what's happening? Are they using the constellations to what? To keep the Sphinx asleep? And part of that, like the byproduct of that is the Giza glass?
But the military did not care. We do their solution of the problem and get in need of a better solution. American solution. Which in this case was excavation.
But why excavate it? What were they trying to get? What were they trying to... TFMD leaves Mars. What does TFMD stand for? So the freaking Sphinx can just leave planets too?
Once the pyramids were classified as TFMDs by the...
Oh, true forces of mass destruction. Ooh, okay, that's cool.
U.S., excavation was inevitable. TFMDs have been acknowledged by the UN Security Council as the single most dangerous threat to humanity. Of course, this was before climate change and mankind was classified as TFMDs under the new administration.
That's hilarious. Wait, so Dean classified mankind as a TMFD.
At the time, it meant that the pyramids required immediate action.
Wait, so are they saying, did it escape, or is this basically how the Sphinx came to land? On Earth, because...
The ancient pharaohs personally appointed workers called guardians, with some years of their lives striking the trees. They were equipped with the finest Giza glass blades, which had substances to inhibit muscle fatigue and induce insomnia. So they...
Hold up, so the ancient Egyptians the pharaohs had guardians. So we know that the guardians have existed for ancient times using Giza glass, right? Then the Americans created their own version of called the Giza Guardians. That they used in the Grand Canyon to protect American interests. But the actual guardians that had Giza glass blades we're actually using it to chop down the special trees. So are the special trees like luring the Sphinx or what?
They were going to hit the trees for several nights in a row. The goal was not to cut down any of the trees, of course. That wouldn't be possible until 1945. Rather, the intention was to shift the tree's focus from upward growth to internal repairs. The ancient Egyptians knew that they could not permanently halt the tree's germination, but by prolonging their growth, the Egyptians bought themselves time to build enormous towers that would better contain the trees.
Okay. So that's how they were like that's how they were inhibiting the continuous growth of the special trees. Which is good because the special trees keep like they're teleporting people into the future, the past. Like they're basically trees that break reality. And on Mount Rushmore, it seems like they keep trying to grow and germinate. It's like too far down. It's too far along into the process, which is why they have to keep salting the earth there, so to speak, to stop it from growing. I didn't because we haven't had a confirmation about how the trees like exist or how, like is there more trees? How do they go? So the trees are trying to grow. They're trying to like spread. At least on Mount Rushmore, and the Americans have been like stopping it. They've been burning it down. They've been putting chemicals to like make it stop growing. Interestingly enough, though, no modern machine was able to cut the special trees, but the Giza glass can damage it enough so that they stop growing and instead focus on repairs. That's such a terrifying concept. It's a freaking tree, but it has so much anomalous properties, so much reality bending properties that you have to continuously keep damaging it in order to prevent its growth. Freaking wild. But then they attack it. Wait, do they attack it with the death ray? Was that the death ray? So did they fight?
Within the first week of excavation, we found the pyramids extending much deeper into the sand than we had previously thought. The more we dug, the more bricks we had found had already been laid. At the time, we had convinced ourselves that the pyramids had these in a structure. It would only be a matter of time before we would reach the bottom. By the third week, we realized that we had been wrong the whole time. The pyramids extend on externally. You can imagine our reluctance to tell the public that the pyramids were not pyramids at all. They were towers, instrument towers, all three of them. Towers which contain enormous species of metaphysical flora.
So the pyramids are not pyramids. They're freaking towers that extend all the way down into the Earth's core. And it's just full of different freaking alien flowers. Well, not alien necessarily. He's saying metaphysical flowers. Reality bending freaking flowers. Like the special tree. Oh, that's such a cool one, dude. I love this freaking reversal on the pyramids. He said, what now? Who what? False children land. The false children, is that the Giza glass situation? Are those the constellations? Okay, so the false children. So the starry sphinx starts coming down to Earth. Potentially because the Americans started digging up the pyramids. So they used the pyramid, the death ray, to shoot down the Sphinx. It crashes to Earth. And its false children become the constellations. And apparently, every year or whenever this constellation shows up, an event happens where the false children come down, turn into arches, and lightning starts to come out. I'm assuming they're repairing the Sphinx? They're trying to fix the Sphinx? And that has caused the creation of Giza glass. That makes sense to me. The starry Sphinx distracts observers as mothership flees. Okay, so the Sphinx is a mothership. It actually is an alien mothership. Okay. And what were they using? Were they using the Great Pyramids to seed this Earth with their flowers instead? As a what? As a way to terraform the planet or what? And this actually goes back to a really cool concept. Where people hypothesize, I don't know where I heard this the first time. Maybe I had this idea myself during a freaking shower thought or some freaking trip or something, I don't know. But do you really need something super complicated to make a spaceship? Or do you really just need a bunch of rockets and you could just carve out a ginormous stone structure? You know what I'm saying? You could carve out a giant stone structure, freaking put rockets on it, fill it with all the life support systems you need, and then done. I'm not saying it's the smartest idea, but I'm saying it is possible to make a spaceship out of stone. But who knows? Maybe it's not made out of stone. Maybe the stone is just space debris that's accumulated on the surface over time, kind of like how barnacles accumulate on ships and at the sea, you know. And that's why it's made out of stone. That's why it looks like rocks. Basically, the false children are a distraction while the mothership flies back. What, flies back to Mars, assumingly? Wait, did the Great Pyramids rise out of the Earth? Then the other pyramids awaken. So the pyramids themselves can actually rise up out of the ground. So could it be that the Martians were trying to seed the planet or terraform the planet? Or are they just pissed off that we attacked them? Oh, snap! So there's more than 3! They just dot the landscape. So if I'm reading this correctly, this is the Sphinx, and every single square is a pyramid. And each pyramid is just chocked full of metaphysical fauna, or flora, I should say. Metaphysical plants. Was Earth intended to be like a storage facility? For like different, like a seed bank? For like different species of plants? Produced by the Anti-Dean Association. So the Sphinx itself is a crash-landed mothership. Or potentially, it is a ship, and the mothership itself flew away, abandoning the Sphinx. Regardless of what it is, the Sphinx is stuck on Earth now. The false children, which the false children could genuinely just be like a distraction. Kind of like how helicopters have flares that they fire off whenever they're being targeted, like a Battlefield. Whenever you're targeting a plane, they fire flares to like avoid your targeting. It could be something like that while the mothership, runs away. But it seems like the pyramids are potential seed vaults for the special tree, which is freaking wild as well. And of course, they're keeping all of this a secret from the public. Which is like, that's the grander, greater conspiracy, but then there's also the smaller, more local conspiracy of the fact that they were chopping people's heads off with the byproduct of the Giza glass, and so there's a lot more to it. I like this one. This one gets into the this is more world building than local conspiracy of the government. I like this one a lot. This one's freaking sick. There are no extraterrestrials. Visit our Twitter account for more fun facts. That's a statement from Maze. Of course, Maze would say that. That is insane. I think Earth is meant to be some kind of a seed vault or something. Honestly. That's awesome. Please go and drop a like, go drop a sub, all that good stuff. Monodachi, I'm going to drop a link on Discord as well as on the VOD. It'll be in the description below. We're going to move on because we're running out of time here. Very quickly. Oh, check this one out, okay? It's a short one. Corner Girl. Corner Girl, the Monument Mythos. No description. So is this related to the Corner Folk? Y'all remember the Corner Folk? You know what? Since it's a short one anyways, we might as well... Right, it's a short one anyways. It's these fools. Y'all remember this? I'm gonna double the playback speed real quick.
Many dimensions intersect with their own, several of which are 2D planes. When two or more planes intersect, they form corners. Entities in the intersecting planes cannot perceive each other. They exist separately, in their own worlds. However, the corner folk can pass these boundaries and enter other planes. The corner folk are a trans-dimensional species. They are the only ones who can traverse the corners shaped by planes. Coincidentally, I believe that the corners of my own home align with several planes, where I've seen the corner folk in action, crossing the corners from one reality to another.
Now, what I'm starting to wonder is, how did the corner folk specifically fall into the greater lore of things? Are these the aliens that were inside the Sphinx? That were kind of stranded on Earth?
This leap requires massive amounts of energy that, when released, produces bright blue flashes. I've yet to discover the source of this energy, and the reason behind the cornerful crossings remains unknown.
Right, they released tons of energy just to cross through the dimensional blade.
My camera's captured up to 12 cornerfolk huddling in the doorway.
Look at that.
They cross dimensions quickly, but the new footage has proven otherwise. When I'm not around, they take a break from traveling and exhibit micro movements similar to
so these things use tons of energy just to travel through dimensions, which would make a lot of sense if they're if in like whatever planet, whatever plane of existence that they exist in, their plants would be metaphysical plants, metaphysical flowers. So the special tree, all these metaphysical like flora, fauna, they're from the same dimension as these corner folk. That's what I think.
Now let's learn about the sides and corners of different shapes.
But what at first it said I am not. There was like hidden text.
Now let's learn about the sides.
I am not Alex Kansas.
And corners of different shapes.
He was too old for the nursery, it says. I just moved luggage.
A side or an edge is a line segment that joins two adjacent corners of a shape.
Alex based Riley Tillin on me.
A corner or vertex is the point where the two sides touch.
He was luggage?
Let's look at this triangle.
Hold on, what did it say there? You are luggage too. Too young for prison?
Look at this triangle.
But she made the perfect gift.
It has 3 sides.
Luggage is so easy to lose.
1, 2, 3. It also has.
Is he sacrificing people to the corner folk?
1.
Sincerely, Alex's inspiration.
2. 3.
Hold up. Because the last thing we saw was this fool joining the corner folk. He hopped into their dimension.
Animals. He must feel safe in these corners, which suggests that the corner folk's own home is made of similar structures.
At the end of this video, he goes into the dimension of the corner folk. When he returns, his organs are rearranged. He's like messed up big time. But this is now basically telling us that potentially not only did he survive and he's fine, but he's like kidnapping people and taking them to give to the corner folk.
Show that smaller corner folk have odd impressions of their skin, as though they have been pressed against many plane intersections at once. The corners likely belong to a nursery or a crib in their homeworld. A multitude of corners placed in close proximity could be used to secure the infant from leaving the corner world. Perhaps they only cross corners in search of food, the same way we only leave our homes for resources. The corner world may be used to raise young, while my own house's corners serve as rest stops of sorts during their journeys.
She was too old for the nursery. She was too old for the nursery. So does that mean that the corner folk are just people that have been trapped there and they're like turned into corner folk? And this guy is like bringing more victims into the corner, like into that dimension?
I can't stop thinking about it. According to the calendar, I spent entire weeks in my home, just drawing and describing the corner world on paper. I lost my job last month due to repeated absences, but it really does feel like I just left the office this afternoon. When the corner folk jump, it feels as though they're taunting me. But I'm close to a solution. Regardless of whether my body survives the forces of the corner world or not, this much is certain. The fear of my own destruction.
So, at least to him, every time the corner folk jump, they communicate with him. But these like constant jumps through the dimensions, all this energy output is like basically altering his reality. To him, it feels like he just left the office, but in the real world, it's been months.
Will not prevent my entry.
And we know this is the kid we know that it has not been months for him in his perspective because he has not died of starvation, right? We can sort of assume that. So potentially, at least inside of his house, time and space are starting to blend. And this should be when he enters the corner dimension. Which this is the only thing that the camera sees. So following his last upload, viewers requested a wellness check on Riley Tillin. They found him asleep in one corner of his room. But now this new video is saying that technically the Riley Tillin story was made up and was actually inspired by him. A closer examination revealed that his internal organs had been folded along various axes, warranting immediate medical attention.
Now let's learn about the sides and corners of different shapes.
So, right off the bat, I know the very first sentence is bro saying, "I am not Alex." Right.
Now let's learn.
But is this person actually saying, again, as of 2020, Alex was in the care of his friends? So is this actually Alex saying, "I am no longer Alex Kansas," or is this actually somebody else genuinely that is like kidnapping people?
Learn about the sides and corners of different shapes.
Because he says right there, she was too old for the nursery. So basically, what he's saying is that this lady is too old to be placed inside the nursery with the corner folk. But he does give her away as a gift to the corner folk.
A side or an edge is a line segment.
I just move luggage.
Two adjacent corners of a shape.
Alex based Riley Tillin on me. Okay, my bad. I'm confusing the two names. So Riley is the guy that went into the dimension of the corner folk, but Alex is the one that made the film, the footage.
A corner or vertex is the point where the two sides converge. Let's look at this.
Too young for prison.
A corner or vertex is the point.
So too old for the nursery. Too old for the nursery. Too young for prison.
It has three sides.
But she makes a perfect gift. What does that even... How do I even begin to break that down? What does that mean? So in the... Who's out there, baby? Who was that? Sorry if y'all heard my dog go bark. I'm training him. He's a hobo dog. I got him from the street. He's learning. No barkies, babies. So again, the nursery. Assuming let's assume that there's like truth within the lies. So if Alex said that the place where the corner folk hang out is called the nursery, heyo. Thank you so much for the subscription, Maddie. Maddie May Gordon. But if the nursery is really the place where the corner folk live, then he's saying that she's too young to be put there. And I'm gonna assume, but on my own theory, that I'm crafting that the nursery is the place where humans get turned into corner folk, potentially. Basing that off of nothing, I like to play with a theory and sort of prove it wrong and make adjustments. But then he says she's too old for prison, which immediately makes me think, okay, why do you need prisoners? Is this like a war between our dimension and the corner folks dimension? And they want prisoners for some reason? And then this guy, for whatever reason, is sending he's sending apparently young people to the nursery and old people to their prisons. I mean, sorry, I don't even know. I guess he's only taking young people. He's sending young people to the nursery, and middle-aged people. I guess that's the only assumption I can make to prison.
1, 2, 3. It also has 3 corners. 1, 2.
Alright, that now we finally got some answers on the Rockefeller incident. We got so many answers for the special tree, so many answers for the freedom statue, and now I have a million new questions about the corner folk. Freaking A! What a phenomenal series, though. I love it. I'm all in on this one. No description. Good. Keep it like. I have a million questions now, bro. I am so lost, but we're given so many hints that it's enough to chew on for hours, bro. I love it. Please go drop a like, go drop a sub. Absolutely amazing, phenomenal video. Phenomenal, phenomenal, phenomenal. Go show some support. We're gonna move right on ahead to Washington Wonderland. We got 1, 2, 3. We got 4 more videos. We're gonna call 5 more videos. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know. We'll do 5 more videos guaranteed, and there might be 1 more video, or I might save the last video for another day. But 5 more videos. It's gonna be these 4, and then a Japanese a Japanese inspired horror. Okay, no, it is a Japanese terror video. Alright, cool. Which sounds cool. Which sounds like right up our alley for today's theme. Alright, Monument Mythos, Washington Wonderland. I don't want spoilers, so we're gonna read the description at the end. But Washington Wonderland, Washington Monument. Oh, the only thing we know about the Washington Monument so far is that it has a special tree in it, and that special tree specifically is the one that sent President George Washington into the future, and has been sending multiple people across not just time, but potentially even across dimensions. After an unsuccessful lobotomy, sorry, not lobotomy, no, it is a lobotomy, damn! Virginia Fate Arnoldson provided a more complete account of the Rockefeller tree tragedy. I was about to say, they lobotomized Virginia, but they unsuccessfully lobotomized Virginia. And for those who don't know, so Virginia is the little girl from our dimension that got swapped with their version of her. So the Monument Mythos Virginia got sent to our dimension Virginia got sent into theirs. And I'm guessing they lobotomized her in order to keep the secrets of the tree. And this may be what started the entire events of the Arnoldson family versus the Mays Company. Because the Arnoldson family has been sort of a thorn in their side for a while, but so far they've all been, at least 2 of them have been taken out by the freedom statue. And so this is the account of what happened during the because for those who don't remember, there was an in-between period where they got teleported by the tree into a wonderland. Then after a period of time, they were teleported back into the Rockefeller Center, but it wasn't the same one as before. It was the alternate dimension.
When I was little, something went wrong with me, and everything switched. Even my parents. My new ones did not like me, so they left me.
Right. So, even her parents did not recognize her. I believe because their version of her did not have freckles. So they were convinced that the government had switched out their daughter.
My foster parents did not like me either. So, I was left at an orphanage. Some of my friends were better off, but many were left at the orphanage too. We loved each other. We stuck together until we were 18. Then we were separated. The military took the boys, and the doctors took the girls. They probably do not remember the tree anymore. Soon, I will not remember either. But I hope you will remember. Remember for me.
Damn, so this is her after the unsuccessful lobotomy.
When the tree changed me, I was not scared. At first, I did not know what was wrong with me. When my eyes adjusted, I was in a field of special trees. I was reminded of a story my mom told me.
Now, this forest of special trees, I assume, is the dimension of the corner folk. And I think that these corner folk are using Earth as a sort of seed bank to keep, like, basically like a record of all their plants. Same as how we do, like we have vaults, I think in Anchorage, Alaska, full of like not only all of the different like viruses and diseases that exist in the world, but also a bank with all the seeds of every single plant that has ever existed, so that we can keep a record in case a species goes extinct. We can always bring it back. I think they're using Earth as their version of that, but there's sort of like there may have been a bit of a containment breach, and now the special trees seemingly are spreading out across the entire planet. Slowly but surely over thousands of years.
Alice in Wonderland. This is my Wonderland. I held myself close and looked up.
I think she accidentally visited this dimension.
But above them, there were upside-down trees, and above those, there were upright trees, like they were being reflected forever.
Yes, because these trees live in infinite folded dimensions. They're just folded in on each other. And when she entered this fold, she and another version of herself accidentally switched. And when they were returned back into the dimensions, it was the wrong one.
The pattern repeated for as far as I could see. I looked down, and I thought I was on solid ground. But when I looked more closely, I was sitting on a thin, floating layer of dust. It smelled like baby powder. And through the dust,
it smelled like baby powder, which is the same compound, the same smell of the compound being thrown all over the Mount Rushmore in order to prevent the special trees from growing. These trees are literally growing from a different dimension into our dimension. And they're using that special powder that smells like baby powder in order to keep it from growing into our dimension.
I could see the start of another tree. And below that one, there was another and another, an infinity of trees. While I played with the dust, I heard distant footsteps. They grew louder and louder. Then there were bright flashes of light all around me. Out from these lights, hundreds of people ran out. One man came up to me and whispered, "The trees are not the trees." He had such sad, tired eyes.
So she met other people inside the Wonderland. We never got a recounting of what happened in the Wonderland.
He picked me up and put me on his shoulders. He said, "You could be her. Anyone could be her. I promise I will not leave you." There was a bright flash, and we were in another field. He was sitting in front of me with his hand out. Another flash, and we were both running past through the woods. Another flash, and we were both lying on the ground, looking at infinity. Every few seconds there was a flash, and we would be doing something else. Again, and again, and again. Over and over and over. It would not stop.
So she spent an eternity with somebody else who was also trapped inside of the Wonderland.
Forever. Years of flashes. I was so angry at first. But soon I had those sad, tired eyes of his too. We were so sad and tired. Every now and then we would flash to another layer of dust. Above or below. Who knows?
I mean, to me, it sounds like when he said you could be her, it sounds like he may have lost his daughter or somebody, or maybe he got trapped here and his daughter is still in the real world. And so after potential, like he's basically been trapped here, living what could potentially be, who knows, millions of realities, millions of dimensions at the same time. Hell, from the look of his face, his hair, this could be George Washington, who was trapped, who was like teleported away in the Delaware River. Right? This could be George Washington, teleported out of the Delaware River, trapped in infinity across dimensions. And of course they're both tired. Of course they're both annoyed, right? He gets to see his daughter again. I think he had a daughter. Didn't he have a daughter? But they're spending millions of years together in an instant across multiple dimensions.
But we would always see the climbers. I think there were people who tried to climb the trees while they were flashed around. They were stretched and burnt.
Ew! Climbers. People who tried to climb the trees during the flashes. Stretched and burnt.
Maybe the dust was the people that fell. The man was always with me. He kept me safe the whole time. It must have been years. It felt like 500 years. I named him Everett. He was always there. He never left me.
She named him Everett.
Everett was my best friend. Then, on one random day, no time, one random time, all the trees bent, and...
Okay, and when the trees bent like that, that's when we saw that happen in the Washington Monument. Like, it lifted up the monument and bent over, basically to create a gate, a portal. And seemingly, the false children of the Sphinx are either replicating that in an artificial way or are using special trees in one way or another as well. Because the arches are like pretty important to it. And I was sort of thinking that they were special trees when we saw it in the other video, but it looked more like an artificial arch, not like the trees.
Flash brought me back to New York. All my friends were around me, so this was another New York. I did something wrong, and I lost of it. I ruined everything. I should have stayed home that night. Why did I not stay home?
So at this point, when they return back, they're 500 potentially, right? We know, like, of course, there's no time, there's no real time in that dimension. But these children have potentially gone through hundreds of years of multiple different realities.
I lost everything. For me and my friends, I ruined their lives. I will not tell you about the orphanage. It was a hard time. I will keep memories of the orphanage to myself. They do not matter to you. When I was 18, I left the orphanage. I looked for my new parents. They were not together anymore. My new pa died from a broken heart, and my new ma lived all by herself. She did not let anyone into her house anymore. All because of me.
This absolutely blows. It's not even really her fault. She just wanted to put the star on top of the Christmas tree. It just happened to be that like, what do you do with it's a freaking it's a tree. Yes, the tree has, cosmic powers of like reality bending powers, but it's a tree. You know what I mean? Like that's what's crazy about cosmic horror like this. Analog horror like this. I love it. There's no evil here. There's just victims. In this particular story, right? I'm just saying, like, right, when Rockefeller was kind of a douche too, he freaking made, he sold the crowns as slaves.
Rockefeller Center for an answer. The tree stood at the top of the plaza, above everyone else. I was never supposed to visit again, but I did, and I spoke to her. At first, I could not understand
What? The
her.
tree has a body?
Her voice was like a breeze behind my eyes. It was cold, and I could not move. But soon, I could understand.
The tree has a body now!
She said that I had to be ready to exchange one life for my own. She understood that I wanted to go back home, to my New York. She said, come back in 3 years. And I did. I waited. 1,095 days.
Hold up. So the special tree at the Rockefeller Center, grew a body? The tree has boobs! Why does the tree have boobs?
I returned 3 years later. At first, I could not understand her. Her voice was like a breeze behind my eyes. It was cold, and I could not move. But eventually, I could understand. She said that I had to be ready to exchange one life for my own.
My bad, did I freaking go back?
She understood that I wanted to go back home, to my New York.
What's wild is the fact that she says she couldn't understand the tree at first. Almost as if the tree had to, like, bend reality to the point where she was able to understand her.
She said, come back in 3 years. And I did. I waited. 1,095 days. I returned 3 years later. At first, I couldn't.
Oh, is it repeating?
Her.
Her voice was like a breeze behind my eyes. It was cold and I could not move. But eventually I could understand. She said that I had to be ready to exchange one life for my own. She understood that I wanted to go back home, to my New York. She said, come back in 3 years. And I did. I waited 1,095 days. While I waited, I met a man. He was a very important man, a secret agent. He followed me everywhere. One day,
Am I gaslighting myself? Did I just, like, repeat? No, it did. The same story repeated like 3 times. The same story happened 3 times. Did she just keep forgetting, or is it a time loop?
He told me that he was here to monitor me. No, to watch and protect me. But he had fallen in love with me. No one else liked me. So we took each other. We grew close. Leonard loved me. I loved him too. Together, we had a baby boy. I named him Everett.
Hey, she named him after the guy, the person who, like, protected her. Which I'm still convinced was George Washington.
Little Everett was inside for 9 months when I saw the tree again. She put directions in my head. I followed those directions. I walked for 4 days. I had to.
Oh no! The tree said she had to be prepared to give one life in exchange for another.
I wanted to go home so badly. But I became so happy when I could hear the music. It was like the tree's voice, but warm. The Washington Monument looked much bigger in person. Its door went up high, like it was for something much bigger. Then I went inside. There were bodies everywhere. The breeze told me to relax. I went on the elevator.
Oh no! Okay, this confirms a lot. Yep. So for those who don't know, the tree. So one of the growing theories was that the tree was watered by blood, and that they need blood like to grow, and like that. And the elevator was one of those ways that they basically were able to get that blood onto the tree.
It went up. All the way up. It stopped at the top, and the music blared. It was so loud I could not move.
And the reason for that is that they designed the acoustics so that the mind control music of the tree would reach its maximum, like, energy or maximum peak at the very top of the chamber.
The floor opened, and I fell all the way down. I felt myself hit the ground. Then I kept drifting down, past the ground, past rock, sand, and magma, through the layers of earth. It must have been years. It felt like 500 years. Then I reached the other side, and I felt myself rising through all the layers of earth, past the magma, sand, and rock, past...
So roughly about the same amount of time it took her to travel to to the new dimension, it took her to get back.
The ground, back into a body. Another body. Almost the same body.
Almost.
And flattened, like a little red pancake. But I felt so empty. My belly had sunk. Little Everett was not with me anymore. Many others laid around me, broken like me, almost alive and completely still. But little Everett was nowhere. While everyone else exchanged for their own lives themselves, I must have exchanged little Everett for mine. I cried.
So the tree took Everett's life in the other dimension to water itself with the child's blood. And since the tree lives in all the dimensions at the same time, it wasn't that big of a deal for the tree to basically transfer this lady back into her dimension. But that kind of shows us that the tree does, at the very least, instinctually have its own sentience and a sense of self-preservation.
I cried for years. We all bled into the ground for years. Why did the tree keep us alive? Did they like pain? Did they drink our blood? Was there any reason for any of it?
Oh, so the tree didn't even let her go. It just kept her there. I mean, yeah, it literally. So the people that fell, all the people that were sacrificed, are still alive, and it's just feeding on their blood.
I lost little Everett. He had no say. He did not even say his first word. I ruined his life from the start.
Well, you kind of didn't start his life. I mean, at that point, right? You kind of, freaking packed that thing like a freaking play basketball. You kind of just came in from the top ropes,
In Wonderland. I hope he lives in Wonderland.
To be fair, who knows? Maybe the same Everett that you just sacrificed is like the baby version of the adult that saved her.
One day, one random day, the music grew, and there was the brightest flash. We found ourselves outside, at the base of the tower. The tree had been freed, and we were in a field of trees. Wonderland had risen, but little Everett was still missing. We were all lifted out in helicopters. I was at the hospital faster than ever before. They told me it was 2003.
Okay, so this does match up with all the missing people reports and all that.
They told me everything I knew was wrong. They told me everyone I knew was dead. And now they plan to fix me. I'm sorry, Pa. I'm sorry, Ma. I'm sorry, friends. I'm sorry, Leonard. I'm sorry, Everett. Please remember me. Please, please remember me.
I'm starting to think that they did not fail this lobotomy on accident. I think they were trying to cover up the situation. After a second lobotomy, Virginia never spoke again. Late in her life, she produced a series of paintings titled The Right Life. so aggressive today? Relax. Ma, Pa, and I. What's with the eyeballs? Oh, the rosy cheeks, got it. My friends and I. Leonard and I. Everett and I. That sucks. I mean, she freaking went to the other dimension, started a life over there, came back to her original dimension, and basically lost everything again a second time. I'm sorry, huh? Virginia passed away in 1980 at the age of 59. So she did time travel again. Yeah. Because she was teleported into 2003. Her son, Everett, is believed to be the 20th Washington absentee.
Yes, I dream that someday, like the stars in the mist.
So does that mean that in another dimension, Everett did live, and she was the one that passed? This one threw me for a loop. I mean, because in the dimension that she was there, she said she felt flat, but that's because in that dimension she never met Leonard. Like they told her that all the people she mentioned didn't exist. So Leonard doesn't exist. All those people didn't exist. She never met Leonard. She was never impregnated by Leonard. It's not that so she didn't sacrifice Everett. She sacrificed her life from that dimension to return back to her dimension. Everett survived and later was taken by the tree again. Wild. Okay, so Everett might be a character we have to keep an eye out for. Because if that's the case, I guarantee you what that means is that if she passed away in 1980, that means in 2003, Everett, her son, gets teleported by the Washington Monument into the past, where Everett, as an adult, leads his own mother through the Wonderland, keeping her safe and stopping her from climbing the trees, potentially being annihilated. So she technically did spend an eternity, 500 plus years, with her son. She just never knew that it was her son. So the Everett that's why he says when he meets Everett, at this point Everett is tired because he's been looking for his mother for who knows how many thousands of years.
Flashes of light all around me. Out from these lights, hundreds of people ran out. One man came up to me and whispered, "The trees are not the trees." He had such sad.
Yeah, he's been in the Wonderland. This is her son, Everett. He's been in the Wonderland searching for his mother.
Tired eyes. As he picked me up and put me on his shoulders, he said, "You could be her. Anyone could be her. I promise I will not leave you."
You could be her. Anyone could be her. He was looking for his mother. I think this might potentially be Everett, her child, her baby Everett, in the future. Went going back to look for her. He found her. He wasn't even sure if it was her, but he still spent eternity with her. And at the end, and then she passed away in 1980. In 2003, Everett gets kidnapped. That's freaking insane, bro. That's like some interstellar stuff, dude. Absolutely amazing video. Let's see, maybe. Everett Arnoldson, commonly referred to as the 20th Washington absentee, is a humanoid creature that is purported to inhabit the forests of the Washington Zone. Have you ever seen Everett? Share your sightings on Twitter. Everett Arnoldson is a humanoid creature that is purported to inhabit the forests. So did the tree just take Everett as its own entity? Just took a child? This is my baby now? Right? Because the tree, it had Booba. The tree had Booba. So did it just want a baby? It wanted a child? Look. It has Booba. So maybe the tree wanted Everett as a child. And it did get Everett. Dude, this is crazy. It gets wild because you start to get into time travel, you start to get into dimensions. Like, oh, it's nuts. Please go and drop a like or drop a sub to Manticore. Absolutely phenomenal and amazing video. As always, Mono Cheese, please go drop a like or drop a sub. Links will be in the description on the VOD, and if you're watching live, it'll be on Discord. Let's go. Next one's Air Force One Fallen Angel. Now, the last time we saw anything about this was the fact that the Air Force One Angel, stole the Air Force One plane, the private plane of the president. Now, it seems like potentially he either the Air Force, which battle. So first of all, we'll go in order here. So the President Rockefeller sold a bunch of crowns, which are people who've had their head cut off by Giza glass, and so they now have floating heads. He sold all those floating heads as slaves by turning them into war machines and sold them to the Germans, which use their floating heads to create Zeppelin war machines, and those were turned back around on the U.S. citizens. In order to stop these things, a bunch of soldiers had to fire a ginormous death laser that exists inside the Great Pyramid. And seemingly, this Great Pyramid, the laser, is powered by the special trees. Because they mention that the pyramids are full of metaphysical flora. So potentially that laser is powered by the trees. Maybe the aliens from Mars or whatever. Maybe they use maybe they were able to harness that power. But whatever. And there's a lot of these pyramids. Way more than just the 3. The Air Force One Angel was created when all the people that fired these lasers during the war, they all were deatomized, torn down to their basic energy molecules, all broken down as far as you could break it down, while still being a being made of energy. They were so unstable that the only way they were able to stabilize is by fusing literally every single soldier that was firing these death lasers fused together into one being. After it was revealed that Rockefeller, basically started the war and gave them all the weapons and stuff, assumedly the Air Force One Angel wanted revenge for the war, and it went after Rockefeller, melted the door in its bunker, and nobody knows what the frick he did with Rockefeller. Maybe he vaporized him, maybe he kidnapped him, maybe he absorbed him and all his memories, and that's why it was able to like break into Air Force One and like do all the stuff it did. But we don't know what its motives are. We just know that it visited every major landmark, every major monument that has a monster or creature or something going on. Okay, so this, basically, after it finished its tour around the U.S., it made its way back, where it was shot down by the U.S. Simulation of strike, property of Maze. After various stops across the United States, Air Force One flew into the restricted airspace of Washington, D.C. After an extensive evaluation, the United States Air Force took action. The thing is, we don't know what it did at these monuments. Like, we don't know if it went there in vengeance to like maybe it like, but what we do know is that it went to Alcatraz, seemingly something happened, and Alcatraz woke up and started rampaging, wiping out all of California, all of Texas, started wiping out the West. So now, from like that map we saw where the US is all messed up and we saw the tunnels and stuff, the reason why those borders were no longer there is because most of that is flooded now. Like, the entire West Coast has been flooded. So the Air Force One Angel, maybe it was trying to like stop it, or potentially it's like turning all of the monument monsters against the US. I'm still watching, but my model's gonna go blank-faced. Damn! But that's some Call of Duty stuff. Mission accomplished. But as you can see, so this damn near all of this gets wiped out. It's the freaking like 3 districts. What the hell? Look at this. I was gonna say it's the 3 districts from district the Hunger Games, but they don't have like 12. They have like 12 of them. The United States of America, legally known as the United Zones of America. The Alcatraz Zone. Okay, and so this is basically where the Alcatraz Island monster went on a rampage. So that's kind of interesting that they freaking renamed it. Hold on. I'm out of Pep. I need a freaking diet Pepsi. It's interesting that they named it the Alcatraz Zone, because that's where that's about the extent of where the Alcatraz monster or like island went on a rampage. I'm assuming the top part is gonna be the Rushmore zone for the Mount Rushmore forest, the fungal infection, the special tree forests. Yep, called it Rushmore zone. And I'm assuming the final one's gonna be either the Serpent Zone for the Statue of Liberty, or the Liberty Zone for like the serpent that lives inside of the Statue of Liberty. Oh, the Washington Zone. Okay. Alright, okay. For the Washington Monument. The 3 zone capitals. Yeah, see, very close to the Statue of Liberty, very close to the Alcatraz Island and Mount Rushmore, of course. Awaste, Kahasapa, and Nakachak, ex Tribus Anu. That's some Latin, bro. Am I speaking in tongues right now? What happened? Out of 3, 1. Is it like a Cerberus type of deal? Okay. Is that Mars? Al Gore's America is a shell. For the true ruler beneath our feet. It is time for the underground god to leave. He does not belong here. Was that a freaking crater? What is that? But the world egg cannot hatch without force. We must fracture the zones ourselves. We must split the earth open. Hold up now. Hold up now. You're saying the earth is a freaking egg and it's like some kind of creature in there? Or are they talking about the caverns, the caves under the earth? Because there's an entire secret cave system, Project Serpent, Project Horde Serpent. Hold up, wait, so the one true god, is that what the serpent is? The one living underneath the Statue of Liberty? Is the Statue of Liberty like the exit and entrance of the underground cave? And that serpent, the creature that lives in the Statue of Liberty, is it living down there? Is that what they're talking about? Is that the god that they're talking about? Once it leaves, there will be peace, and a state for each and every person. No more zones. For the cracks will be the true borders. 1,000 states of America, 1,000 states of peace. You are no longer the Ant Device Association. We are the advocates for the division of America. How will we divide the land? With our fallen angel, of course. Who would have thought that he would land on the tomb of the unknown soldier? We found him before anyone else. Burnt and broken from the blast. So the fallen angel, wait, so the Air Force One angel fell to the ground, fell to the earth. Burnt and broken from the blast. After we fix him, he will be a walking atom bomb. They're talking about the Air Force One angel. He will evict the Horned Serpent. The same way he evicted the traitor. Okay! So the Horned Serpent is the thing living underneath the Statue of Liberty. So since the underground cave and the maze network of headquarters is called Project Horned Serpent, that means that the secret, quote unquote, the secret ruler of the United States of America is the Horned Serpent, which we all know, like, because we know the Horned Serpent, like asked for the, for, like, the pedestal to be built, right? And they were feeding immigrants to the Horned Serpent in order to keep it fed, which supposedly, this is still going on to this day. The Horned Serpent is still eating people that are sacrificed. Now, that means that that must mean that the Air Force One angel learned about the true identity about the Horned Serpent. Maybe even the Horned Serpent was involved with Rockefeller's dealings. The Air Force One angel annihilates President Rockefeller. they don't want the same thing to happen to the next president that they put on in power, right? So they create, oh my goodness, so they create a freaking cognito hazard president, James Dean. And they basically put him at the very front of, like, for the people to see. So if they decide to attack or destroy anyone, they go after James Dean. Meanwhile, potentially, I think Richard Nixon is actually the in-between between James Dean and the Horned Serpent. And that's why they keep mentioning the fact that every time there's a major event, James Dean returns to go hang out with Richard Nixon, racing sports cars. The way he evicted the traitor, President Rockefeller, from reality. Oh, so he did deatomize him. He deatomized Rockefeller. My question now stands is, did he absorb him into the fold, basically, you know, gaining all of his memories? Or did he just, like, interrogate him and then vaporize him? But check it out. So they want to crack the earth open. Advocates for the Division of America. It's like a snake egg. They want to crack open the United States and release the Horned Serpent to be destroyed by the Air Force One Angel. But since they shot down the Air Force One Angel on the plane, he's injured, and they have to fix him before they can actually go on a counterattack. This is getting way too good. This needs to be a freaking movie, dude. Damn, but like a good horror movie, like you know what I'm saying? The unification of 1980 was short-lived, as state borders were restored by the end of the decade. However, due to the extent of the unification of 2003, state borders are not expected to be restored within the century. It's interesting that 2003 happens to be the year where they had a lot of people go missing at the Washington Monument, including Everett. Which is the son of Louisa, which is one of the children that disappeared during the Rockefeller incident. The ADA, the Anti-Dean Association, refuses to recognize the three zones and their capitals. So the ADA is planning on using the Air Force One Angel in order to fight back against the United States government. Specifically to fight back against the Horned Serpent, who seemingly is sort of like the entity behind the biggest scenes. So I was wondering who the secret government here is, but it seems like it's the Horned Serpent specifically, living underneath the United States of America. They call it the Horned Serpent, but we didn't get to see much of it. We saw it had, like, it looked like a serpent. I don't remember. Did it have horns? How big is this freaking serpent, bro? It literally lives in a cave system the size of the United States of America, which is freaking ginormous. I love this one so much. Such a good one. No, I like this one a lot because it's kind of setting up the players on the board. Both the Anti-Device Association and the Splinter Group, advocates for the Division of America. It's interesting because the Anti-Device Association, or the ADA, and the Advocates for the Division of America, these are all just splinter organizations that are all part of ADA, the Anti-Dean Association. They are criminal organizations. If you encounter members of either group, please report them to your local authorities. The 2003 World Egg transmission was produced digitally by ADA and converted to an analog signal for broadcasting. UZA maps are updated yearly to reflect the expanding nature of the 3 zones. Keep up with the latest developments on Twitter. No, this one's amazing. I'm loving the little hints and pieces that we're getting, while also expanding the lore overall, like by a lot. It's not just a simple like answer. It's actually like it's a complicated answer that gives us a lot more info than what we like. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like not more info that we need, but more info that makes the world bigger. You get what I'm saying? I love it. Absolutely phenomenal. Please go drop a like, go drop a sub, all that good stuff. Moto cheese. I dropped the link on Discord. Oh, we're back with the Liberty Lurkers. Okay. I don't want to spoil it. I want to spoil. Okay, Liberty Lurkers. We've seen the Liberty Lurkers before, haven't we? I feel like. Trying to remember what the hell they did. Oh, that's why I'm confused. Right, so because this was the Liberty Lurker, but I guess now it's called the Lincoln. Now it's called the Horned Serpent. Well, I've just been calling this guy the... Oh, it does have horns. So that right there is... It is... Okay, it's a horned serpent. I thought it was a centipede. So I thought that the Liberty Lurker was a centipede. And that the horned serpent was like its own separate entity. Then I thought, okay, so then it must be the same thing, because I forgot it had horns. So the Horned Serpent and the Liberty Lurker are the same thing, right? I'm assuming the Liberty Lurker is just the name that people gave it. Upon investigation, local authorities likened the waste storage compartment to a mass grave, because they were feeding people to it. But now it's saying Liberty Lurkers. Like, what does that mean? Maybe we got you, but we should matter. So does that mean that the Horned Serpent is its own entity, and that the Liberty Lurkers are like, what, its offspring, its babies? Is there more than one Horned Serpent? So confused now. But yeah, no, immediately, this is the Statue of Liberty. The Statue of Progress is a colossal neoclassical sculpture at the entryway of the Suez Canal in Port Said, Egypt. Progress was designed by Frédéric Auguste Bartholdi, who later designed the Statue of Liberty. And just to be clear, Frédéric is also the one who... Yeah, so, I mean, it says it right there, Statue of Liberty. But he was specifically also in charge of the designs for, like, the special compartment to feed the Liberty Lurker. Well, I'm guessing is now... I don't know what to call it anymore. I'm gonna keep calling it the Liberty Lurker. Until we get a confirmation that the Horned Serpent and the Liberty Lurker are not the same, we're gonna keep calling it the Liberty Lurker. The following audio is an excerpt from an interview with the developer of the Suez Canal. Okay, is this before or after the US nuked it? Oh, you know what though? We might actually get some answers as to like how the crab was born then. Oh, right. Okay, hold on. Many cannot name the region where my accent is derived from. I blame my many years in diplomatic service for this. While my accent has suffered at its hands, my understanding of human nature has not. Diplomacy, not psychology, is the true study of the mind. Today I know that there is only one genuine source of happiness. It is the source for every category of happiness. Efficiency! All happiness flows from efficiency. It is the ease of success, not the success itself, which best determines the quality of satisfaction. Ooh, I like that. That's cool. I can agree with that. It was my desire for efficiency which drove me to establish the Suez Canal Company. Like the Colossus of antiquity, I wish to unite the trade of the East with the West. I wish to pull them together in the fraction of the time that it had taken for them to engage in the past. There is a dream I would like to share with you all, perhaps a premonition. A traveler in the distant future stands at the entrance of the Suez Canal and watches the ships drift past with rapture. The traveler realizes that they have achieved true happiness, greater than that of any human being who has stood there before. For at their feet, at their place in time, the canal will have spared our civilization a total of 1,000,000 years in sailing time. To be fair, maybe not at the at the maybe not quite at the entrance of the Suez Canal, but definitely comfy from my chair here in my house. I'm definitely appreciating it. Of course, we will not be there to share their realization, and the traveler will only know us as characters in the midst of their time. But believe me, it will happen. Ships will be in service for hundreds of years longer, and sailors will spend less time reaching their destinations, and more time in their destinations. The Suez Canal is efficient, and happiness will flow from it endlessly. You know, unless a giant crab or something gets disturbed by an overweight shipping container ship, and that starts, you know, a very, very, very cataclysmic series of events. Thank you. Until now, what you have heard was from a speech I wrote for the grand opening of the canal. However, I did not read the speech. I could not bring myself to lie to everyone. Oh, what the hell? I did not choose to build the canal. The man beneath America ordered me to. Any night he can sink into my dreams. He's talking about... So the Liberty Lurker is the man underneath America. Right? The sinking man and the forbidden fruit. So, okay. It feels like they're the same thing. So, the horned serpent, or I should say, the Liberty Lurker. How about this? We're gonna call it the Liberty Lurker, but Project Horned Serpent is in reference to the Liberty Lurker. I'm pretty sure. But the Liberty Lurker, aka the Horned Serpent, is manipulating people's dreams from underneath America. And Ferdinand himself was saying that he was being influenced by the Liberty Lurker. The sinking man and the forbidden fruit. Okay. So, again, this should be George Washington. He tried to chop down a special tree, and it didn't work. The special tree teleported him into the future, and he was replaced by another false president who finished his term. I remember this. Then that tree, that specific tree that teleported him into the future, they built the Washington Monument around in order to contain it. And they kept, and in order to keep it from spreading out, they continuously kept feeding it immigrants. And it basically, they would like raise the people on the platform, drop them to their deaths, where they would splatter on the ground, and the tree would keep them alive so that the blood flow would continue endlessly, and it would be able to feed on their blood endlessly. And that seemingly kept it contained. Okay, so this is confirming that it did teleport him to another dimension. Just like with the Wonderland. Yes, okay, so this confirms it. The special tree is the tree from the Wonderland. And it basically, when he tried to chop down the tree, as a form of self-defense, potentially, the tree teleported him away to another dimension. Oh! And then stretched him out between... It stretched him out between multiple dimensions. The ADA. Okay, and they're trying to drop hints, and they're trying to like basically reveal the truth. Wait, so what does that have to do with the Liberty Lurker, though? Is he related? Is the Horned Serpent or Project Horned Serpent or Liberty Lurker like is George because I mean technically George Washington theoretically could still be alive because he was teleported into the future. The Delaware Journal wrote about it when they found him in the Delaware River. So is he also controlling it? Is Horned Serpent just like a code name for George Washington, who's like still in control, basically? I guess yeah. What happened to him? Maybe he's not. Maybe he's a prisoner. What did they do with him? Oh, whoops. For years, it was believed that all surviving audio recordings of the infamous 1889 Liberty Lurker interview with Frederick Auguste Bartholdi were fakes produced by American publicists. These publicists were known as Liberty Liars and would sell their false artifacts to American socialites. False artifacts, you say? What kind of artifacts? However, the authenticity of one audio recording continues to be disputed. It is simply known as l'Authentique Liberty Lurker. To the Providence I confess, it is a heavy burden that I cannot share with the world, but I cannot keep carrying it on my shoulders all alone. The most difficult part, the most painful, the one that made my sleep go away and my hair go gray, was the construction of the pedestal. See, because he understands that it was like a feeding platform. They literally had a feeding platform. It had a mass grave for all the like leftover body parts. Because they were feeding people to the Liberty Lurker. Although the statue was intended to be a gift, the U.S. ambassador regularly encouraged us to follow President Grant's requests. He puts quotation marks on encouraged. We made a deal, and each month we received varying design and size requirements for the pedestal. Requests to change the size of the structure ceased. People often ask why the pedestal is so disproportionate to the statue. All I can tell them is, ask the Americans. But I know why the pedestal is so massive, so tall. I simply cannot bring myself to tell them the truth. I am not strong enough. The truth being that I designed an abattoir. What the frick is an abattoir? Oh, yuck! It's a butcher shop! Like a freezer for cows. Just for him! So the Liberty Lurker... Yeah, it's an abattoir for the Liberty Lurker. Grant told me that he used to be normal like us. So the Liberty Lurker is a human. Or was a human, I should say. Now it's a giant centipede. He called him the Horned Serpent! Okay. Or the Handonganeers. So the Horned Serpent and the Liberty Lurker are the same thing. It used to be human. So is the Devourer of Villages. So if the Liberty Lurker used to be human, does that mean that's Washington, George Washington, teleported into the future, and that's why they showed him being stretched out? Is that why they showed the image of him being stretched out? Because he got stretched into a danger noodle? So he's not a serpent. He's not actually a serpent. It's freaking George Washington that's been stretched out, elongated. He's a human being. And he's been stretched out so much that he looks like a ginormous snake. With horns. Wait, why does he have horns though? Are the horns like his hat, the cap, the tricorn hat that's been like stretched out too? It was the name given to George Washington by the Iroquois. Iroquois. Was it? Is it Iroquois or Iroquois? Yeah, I think it's the Iroquois, right? The Native Americans, the Iroquois tribe. So this basically confirms it's totally. So George Washington gets teleported into the future by the special tree because he tried to chop it down. George Washington learned whatever information. Potentially, he was even Everett. And then he becomes the Horned Serpent, manipulating the United States from underground in a ginormous underground cavern the size of the US. There was no coincidence. That damn founding father locked up in my foundation. Oh, their damn founding father. And instead of getting rid of him, they lock up George Washington inside the monument and just keep feeding him people, humans, immigrants. It started off with immigrants because they were undocumented, so that nobody would ask questions. And in modern day, they start to talk about how the majority of people that go missing are like homeless people, the undesirables, so to speak. And now even ADA members. What the frick is this? It's a caterpillar. It's a hair. It's a hair follicle. It's fuzzy. It's one of those like fuzzy boas that people put around their necks. It's hella fuzzy, like hairy as hell. Is it a caterpillar? Are we zoomed in on a caterpillar right now? Oh, stupid. Is this the snake? I'm like, is it a caterpillar, stupid? Nah, hold on! Is that the snake? I'm such an idiot, by the way. I'm over here like, is it a caterpillar? No, duh, stupid. We're talking about it. We're talking about the Liberty Lurker, the snake, the serpent. Is this literally a ginormous snake coming? No, what is this? Is it smoke? Is that like a nuclear reactor? What is this? "1985, following the release of the Liberty Lurker, Knots surveyed the environment beneath the Statue of Liberty's pedestal. I'm assuming when they say following the release of the Liberty Lurker, they're talking about like release of the document, not like they actually released the monster, or did they actually release the Horned Serpent? They recorded the following video inside the Horned Serpent meta structure, colloquially known as Wonderland, and they nicknamed it after the forest. No, not designation derived from the Greek words for underworld and sailor. So, like, sailor of the underworld? Okay. So, is the Liberty Lurker trying to, like, recreate the Wonderland in the US? Right? Because then why would he nickname it the Wonderland? We know that the forest underground is full of, like, trees. Or is it that is it simply that people are being teleported from, like, the above ground into the underground forest? But then what about the folding like dimensions? The following clip may disturb blank viewers who are sensitive to loud noises. Prolonged exposure to music from the horned serpent metastructure may damage your brain. So there is music playing, which means there's special trees down there. And if there's just like a forest of special trees down there singing all together, which the singing is literally their form of communication. That means that they like they're just communicate like they're either communicating with the horned serpent. Oh, can you return this, please? And this too. Uh, Anybody who goes down there is constantly gonna be getting bombarded by non-stop psychic waves, like a psychic attack by all these trees. And you have to wonder, like, what is the horned serpent? Like if it lives down there, what is it going through? Like, how is it affecting it? Okay, no, so Wonderland is literally the cave system underneath the US. And it has the reflecting trees and the reflecting like forest of trees and everything. Good lord. So what you're hearing is just a non-stop psychic bombardment of all these trees communicating with each other across space and time and trying to influence people's minds as well. And that's quite literally alternate dimensions right there. So, Project Horn Serpent is a ginormous underground cave system that is just chocked full of special trees. They named it Wonderland. Wonderland is growing so much that it's actually starting to like pop out in certain places around the US, including Mount Rushmore, including the Washington Monument and all that. George Washington gets teleported into the future, and they decide to because he starts to mutate, they decide to stick him inside of Wonderland with all the special trees, and they make an exit and entrance for him inside the monument. They take advantage of the whole Statue of Liberty being built. They take advantage of that. They make him an entrance and an exit to be able to feed the Liberty Lurker, to be able to feed George Washington, aka the Horned Serpent. And the entire time, potentially all the way up until the modern day, the Horned Serpent, George Washington, may still be influencing everything happening in the world. And the US government is just keeping it all a secret, trying to hide it all. Absolutely wild. I love it. But that means that potentially the trees teleport people into the Wonderland, into the underground caves, and that acts as sort of the gateway to the other dimensions. And this freaking Horned Serpent has just been living inside of this forest of special trees for hundreds of years. What a phenomenal video. Please go drop a like, go drop a sub. Dude, this one gave us a whole lot to think about. And it answered some of the longest running questions I've had. Because we haven't heard jack squat about the Liberty Lurkers since like the very beginning, bro. Statement for Maze. Archaic spellings and other minor deviations in the French transcriptions can be attributed to American publicists, often Liberty liars, at the turn of the 20th century. These deviations have been preserved to maintain a transcription's historical integrity. While American publicists correctly capitalized Etats Unis, United States, in their transcriptions of Liberty Lurker interviews, French writers often left the country in lowercase to subtly hint at their own anti-American sentiments. Country in lowercase to oh, sorry. Cathanat's designation derived from the Greek words for underworld and sailor, aka a question to a real. Ask a question to a real katana on Twitter. And they sent these katanats to check out the Wonderland, but what did they find down there? Did they actually was it just as like a publicity event to try to say that there was nothing down there, or I mean, because they're saying they're Liberty liars. So they're not even going to try to conceal that one. They're just going to say, yeah, they're just making stuff up. Yeah, it's not real. Yeah, it's just a myth. To be fair, it works. I mean, I freaking constantly people talking about Area 51 having aliens, and nobody freaking believes nobody now, right? I mean, if it works, it works. Go ahead and go drop a like, go drop a sub to Manticore for the Monument Mythos series. I dropped the link on the Discord, Monodachis. And if you're watching on the VOD, it'll be in the description below. Phenomenal video. Let's move on to the Alcatraz apocalypse. This is the one by far that I've been interested in the most, because I want to know if the Alcatraz island is a kaiju. I think it is, and I'm kind of hoping this confirms it. So let's find out. Alcatraz apocalypse, the Monument Mythos. My theory was that when they blasted the Alcatraz island with radiation, it was kind of like this kaiju scenario, like Godzilla, where it activated its almonds, like its marbles got jostled, and bro was not happy about being woken up. The Tree of Liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. President Thomas Jefferson. Can we start calling the special trees the trees of liberty? Ooh, the final upload of Dr. Disturbing. What the hell happens to him after that? Dad's favorite things. And so we know this should be, theoretically, if I'm correct on my previous theories, this should be the last remaining of the family, the Arnolds or whatever, who the majority of which have already become Canyon Crowns. I mean, it's a really good image for the monument mythos, isn't it? You got the freedom statue literally attacking a bunch of freaking, what do you call it, traitors and tyrants, and Washington up there looking all high and mighty. Road to Happiness by James Dean. Oh, get out of here. And that's Wonderland? It's freaking Wonderland! Are these actually real? Did James Dean actually paint this? This is crazy. Did he plan all this, or is this convenient? If this is a real James Dean painting and not like an alternate, that's freaking wild if that's the case. Like, what are the odds? Did he plan this out? Okay, these all might be like non-real. I'm assuming at this point, bro is like probably expecting to be taken out by the government. I hope I see you soon, Dad. Three days after the final upload, the remains of Lauren and Quinn Arnoldson were discovered in the Grand Canyon. Okay, so did they... I am assuming that once again, they went to the Grand Canyon to go to the exclusion zone, failed again, just like the rest of their family, and potentially either got their heads chopped off by the Statue of Freedom, or they did it themselves. But again, we know for a fact that their aunt is still out there, hiding in the Grand Canyon. The siblings were last seen riding on two astonishingly large balloons, which are not the balloons. That is his aunt, the heads of his aunt and his father. According to park officials, the balloons encountered an unexpected crosswind, which caused both siblings to fall to their deaths. Yeah, of course. Remember, whenever the Statue of Freedom takes out traitors to the United States of America, it chops their heads off and throws the bodies into the ravine, into the canyon. So if they fell to their death, quote unquote, it's higher possibility, higher chance that it was actually the statue. Who the frick is that? Hello, by the time you see this, I will be unalived. I would like you to know that the Anti-Device Association held me captive for years. They forced me to read their scripts to hand them legitimacy. You have heard me read about Lincoln Lookers and the Starry Sphinx. Those were their words in my mouth. But they did not keep as close an eye on me as they should have. Whenever I visited my family, I went to my studio underground. I was able to read my own scripts through the New Delaware Journal. The feds and the association thought an Arnoldson ran the station. But I had no crew. It was a one-man operation. Only I read. Only I broadcasted. This is the last script. This is the last broadcast. 3 nights before my death, Alcatraz went stealth. It looked like it had completely disappeared while everyone was asleep. But it was still there. Sorry, but it was still here. It was all around us. It has simply expanded. Imperceptibly fast. It mimicked the surrounding environment on a subatomic level. Everyone believed that it had not spread to the East Coast yet. But it definitely did. I have just finished the last batch of tests, and I can confidently say that I am not the same person I was 3 days ago. Alcatraz had copied us all overnight. Every particle of this country and its citizens replaced. Wait, so Alcatraz Island is not a kaiju? It's some kind of... It's like an entity. Like a virus. It expanded, consuming and replacing every single cell, every single atom. And it completely took over the entire country. The United States is the ship of Theseus. So every single human cell, every tree cell, every animal cell, every cell that existed in the United States was consumed and then replaced by an Alcatraz cell. That's insane! Inside my skull is Alcatraz's fleshy reproduction of my brain. I remember a line from President Dean. If we sent everyone to prison, then what's a prison anymore? If everyone became a prison, then what's a person anymore? I will not live with a copy of myself. Better to extinguish myself now than to live a lifetime of someone else's handiwork. I heard that fire does the trick. Maybe I will see you in the next life. Remember me. Remember me for Everett. For Everett, for Virginia, for America. Leonard W. This is freaking Leonard! Leonard, who fell in love with Virginia! For his baby! For Everett! Oh! It wasn't an Arnoldson, it was the freaking husband of Virginia! Who sacrificed herself and her child to go back to her dimension. Victory or death. And Leonard was the FBI agent sent by the US to keep an eye on Virginia, and he betrayed the US and started working behind their backs. Damn. Bannat A will receive data. He will convey it to you in a theatrical manner. He will arrive in your world after our apocalypse. 2/22/22 in ours. 10/1/16 in yours. Okay, so even the dates are different. They're in the year in their dimension, they're in the year 2022. In their dimension, they're still in 2016. After a brief investigation, authorities concluded that Leonard W. Moreland experienced a violent psychotic break before committing self-immolation. So he burned himself. The thing is, we know that the US government irradiated or did something to the Alcatraz island, which forced it to start expanding. I assumed it was a kaiju that woke up and started destroying the West. But no, because they said it kept expanding, it kept growing. So I thought it was more like the kaiju kept eating and growing and expanding and like flooding the West Coast. No, it literally, the island itself kept growing, consuming all cells in the country and replacing those cells with its own, making a perfect replica, perfect copy. That's some cosmic horror, dude. That's amazing. And of course, Leonard would know. He was sent by the government to keep Virginia like quiet, so they covered it up and just called him crazy. Part 3, The Angel's Ultimatum. Okay. And this is by the Air Force One Angel. The advocates were deranged. They are all ashes now. We will never be weapons again. Leave us alone or join the ash pile. The advocates were deranged. I'm assuming the advocates are the people who are working for the Horned Serpent. And they are all ashes now is I'm assuming is the Air Force One Angel visiting the different places and annihilating the monsters that he could. We will never be weapons again. Because again, the Air Force One Angel is basically an amalgamation of all the people that fired the death laser. This is the Air Force One Angel making a statement to the forces of the Horned Serpent. They freaking found him after a 2-decade search. The Angel was located in the Babylon Forest. Operation Thunderbird. So they get the Department of Technology to figure out a way to defeat the Air Force One Angel. Hold up. Okay, so we got... Okay, at the Grand Canyon, 2 androids are going to lower the Freedom Statue. Whose eyes are still bleeding because they're human eyes. So, and again, both the father and the daughter of the creator of the statue are trapped inside the statue. The captive false children react to her presence. Okay, energy from the false children reacts to an IPC, invisible particle cloud, known as Giza gas. So they can create. So these things can create a pyramid to contain the anomaly. Then the X-Wing warrior collects the container. But what's interesting is the fact that they're using the false children to capture it. How do they have control of the false children, or is it just simply that the false children seemingly react this way to most entities? The warrior transports Freedom to the Babylon Forest. The controlled decay of the container allows Freedom to exit after touchdown. Okay, how do you get her back into the canyon, though? Okay, just like in the forest as well, it just goes on a freaking murder spree, cutting down trees, cutting down everything. Okay, and they're hoping it'll fight. Freedom encounters the angel. I mean, at this point, yeah, we don't know what's gonna happen. Is the angel going to... Is it gonna nuke it? Will it be able to defeat the angel? Can it defeat the angel? Because it has a special sword? Mutual assured destruction. I mean, you say that, but one's a nuke launcher. One can fire, like, nuclear energy. The other one has a freaking, like, sword that doesn't murder the victims that it cuts. And, like, creates a spiritual connection between the parts. The following may disturb post-implant viewers who are sensitive to loud noises. Is that Earth or is that the moon? I mean, it just looks like Earth so far. Oh, there goes Earth. Is that Earth or is that the moon? Did y'all blow up the whole planet? Cause y'all trying to make the freaking thing fight? Hold up. First of all, so the Earth, what? The Earth gets destroyed? Or the moon, or Mars, or whatever the hell this is? The serpent gets released, or the special tree, whatever that is. And it sends everything, all reality, into the quarter zone? The quarter, you know, from where the quarter folk come from? Because this looks like a nursery. It's not just like a lightning storm. A non-stop lightning storm. Right? This to me, this looks like multiple different corner like nurseries or prisons, whatever you want to call it, but. But it could be lightning, or it could be that this is the way that the special trees actually like transfer people from dimension to dimension. Whenever like two of these dimensions collide, is whenever you start to have those freaking cracks through reality. Okay, it is. Survivors of the Great Division are known as corner folk. So what they're saying is that when the statue and the Air Force One Angel collided, it literally destroyed reality. And created the corner folk, as well as the nursery. So Operation Thunderbird wipes out the whole world. My question now is, because we saw the world tree there, or we saw the special tree there unfold itself, does that mean that like Alcatraz Island is now going to rebuild itself? Or rebuild everything from scratch again? Or is it literally just telling us, yeah, the corner worlds filmed by Darius? Or is it literally telling us that all the different realities, all the different dimensions that exist, some of them just nuke each other, they just wipe themselves out, and they become the corner worlds, full of the corner folk. Which, since they have no dimension anymore, their dimensions got nuked, got obliterated. They sort of just travel in between dimensions because they don't got a place to live. That's freaking insane. That's even cooler, dude! The world ended on February 2022, damn. Absolutely amazing. Wow. I mean, is this like, just let me just check just to make sure. No, okay, cool. There's still plenty more to see. I was about to say, bro, don't tell me this is over. It's over. Oh, it's not even season 2 yet. I'm technically still in season 1. Damn. Alright, we'll get to season 2, don't worry. But, the end. Okay, so this is the end of season 1. I thought, so this is part 2 of season 1. I thought this was season 2 already. Damn, bro! We're not even past season 1 yet! This was the end of season 1, bro! What a freaking phenomenal season. What a phenomenal season. If I don't know how they would be able to do this, but if they made a horror, like a real horror, analog horror type deal. Think about like the very first segments of like WandaVision, but only the first couple episodes. Something like that, where it's kind of like a nice happy suburban family type of deal, but like the further you get into the story, the more it's like, that something's not right there. You know what I'm saying? That would be so sick. Oh, it'd be so good. I loved everything about this one, dude. Absolutely phenomenal. Manticore, you are a legend. This is one of the coolest freaking series on YouTube to date, and I cannot wait to continue to explore the lore. Y'all need to let me know if y'all want, because I'm gonna tell you something. I'm starting to like want to make videos, just like not anything special, just talking about like whatever subject, whatever topic it is. But like, I would love to just rant about like this entire series on a video. Maybe break it down. Like, let me know if y'all want to see a video of me breaking down the lore up until this point. Like, I'll specify like the Monument Mythos lore season 1 only, right? No spoilers for season 2, specifically because I don't even freaking know. To be fair, it's not gonna be a spoiler. Or it's not gonna be a spoiler-free video, right? I'm gonna be talking and explaining about all the different creatures and monsters, but I would like to try something like that. I also have a couple of other video ideas that I want to try out before that, but let me know if you want to see something like that, because that'd be cool. I want to start making my own content, like personally, so other people can react to it, and I think this would be a cool thing to talk about too. I love it. Absolutely, I love this kind of analog. And there's not enough good analog horror on like, you know what I'm saying. And I love this. This was so good. I loved every moment of it, every second of it. It was free. It's just classic analog horror. Doesn't give away too much, but gives you just enough to keep you coming back for more. Absolutely love it. Phenomenal. Please go and drop a like, go drop a sub to Manticore. A phenomenal video as always. Now I'll tell you what. We got one more video before we call it a night here at Mododachis. We got a Japanese horror recommended from the community. Master Sam. Oh, damn. Contains self-harm topics. Okay. Please go and support. We're gonna move on. Alright, we're gonna have to call this as the last one for the night. Because it's the last one for the night. Whoops. Anybody, we're here for spookies, right? Anybody who's uncomfortable with this topic, self-harm, things of that nature, please. You know, of course, you should seek help, all that, you know, of course. But if you feel like this is something that, you know, if you're currently going through some stuff, if you're currently, you know, struggling, I'm not saying come back later, like when you're in a better mood, but somebody who's gone through like stuff like that in the past, this could be really like bad for you mentally. So please just, you know, keep that in mind. And you know, I hope the best for you, and I hope you get the help that you need. But just sort of keep that in mind. This is a topic we're going into, and if you're uncomfortable with it, I highly recommend that you go and watch something that's going to bring you joy and happiness. I have an entire playlist of meme videos if you want to keep watching me, or go watch some other amazing VTubers that are doing funny stuff. Sorry, I'm harping on this, but I have done the unfortunate mistake of like being like, I'm going through some shiz right now, but this is fine. I like this YouTuber, and then I watch it, and then I feel even worse. So it's like, you know, just please keep that in mind. All right, moving on. I understand, and I wish to proceed. El Japao de Pizarro. What? Alright, we're gonna put some subtitles here. Okay, so there's no English subtitles. We only have Portuguese subtitles. Which is awesome. Yeah. Let's try auto-translate. And hope that the AI thing is doing its thing. Alright, let's hope that the auto-generate does its thing. Cross on YouTube. Recommended by Master Sam. Thank you again for the recommendation, Master Sam.
Depois de muito tempo procrastinando e pensando no que fazer.
Oh, I'm gonna have to put this all up here. Let's do it like right there. That look good?
Procurando conteúdos interessantes pela internet e avaliando quais temas podem ser abordados no
Is this Portuguese?
meu vídeo.
I'm stupid. I think we just found out it was Portuguese, didn't we? Yeah.
Eu só fiquei com muita preguiça mesmo.
See, that was like one of those situations where you hear information and then you mentally forget the information, like block it out, and then mentally like the information, but it's still there subconsciously. So so then you give it back as like brand new information. Like, guys, did you know this?
Fiz um vídeo novo por 4 meses. Mas sabe aqueles picos de produtividade que dá na gente às vezes? Então, foi o que aconteceu comigo. Agora eu tô aqui com a maior cara lavada do mundo apresentando mais um vídeo pra vocês. Bom, vamos começar então. Japão, um país repleto de mistérios que desafiam a lógica e a razão.
Japan, a country full of mysteries that defies logic and reason. That's one way to say it. You know what? Yeah, there's a lot of hentai over there. So you're right. A lot of hentai, tentacles, anime girls, like cosplay. Yeah, you know what? Facts. So.
De antigas lendas que assombram gerações inteiras, até casos criminais que chocam o mundo até os dias de hoje. Eu juntei alguns casos, lendas, mistérios e relatos de algumas coisas bizarras que aconteceram no Japão e compilei tudo nesse vídeo. Muita coisa boa ficou de fora, então se você quiser que eu faça alguma parte 2 ou souber de algum
caso, so this is a compilation video of like
nos comentários que eu vou estar trazendo
like
pra
spookies
vocês.
From Japan?
Sem mais delongas, vamos começar.
Cowhead! Whoa, what was that? Why are you hiding stuff from me? Don't do that.
Sem mais delongas, vamos começar.
Let me frame this. Cowhead, nota, cuando estaba editando ese video, eu fui pasar por ese nome no YouTube. Achei tanta coisa horrível que eu tô chocando até agora. Nunca mais na vida. Não pesquisem pelo seu próprio bem-estar. Dude, he sound mad as hell. Something happened with YouTube and editing. It's horrible! Bro, it sounds horrible. It sounds real horrible, bro.
Segundo a lenda, um aterrorizante conto.
La vaca! La vaca! La mi vaca! El toro! La vaca!
Ou cabeça de vaca, foi descoberto no Japão no início do século XVII. A verdadeira origem dessa história continua envolta em mistério. Diversas escritas dessa época fazem referência a esse.
I'm gonna tell you what, for all of my, I know a lot of people watch my videos and play me on the background. I'm gonna drop the audio even further, and I'm going to read what the translation is saying, and hope that doesn't like
mencionando
get like too crazy.
E descrevendo como uma história horrível demais para ser contada. Dizem que ao
Alright, the story is too horrible to be told. They say that upon hearing the tale, people were overcome by such intense fear that they would tremble euphorically for days on end, not wanting to eat or drink anything until they passed away for unknown reasons, as it was very dangerous. After all copies of this tale have been destroyed, currently it is believed that only small fragments of the original tale remain.
Recentemente surgiu boato sobre professor que...
Like, is it like a book? Okay. However, recently rumors emerged that about a teacher who inexplicably obtained some of these fragments. He was on a school trip and had the habit of telling some horror stories to entertain the students until he decided to tell the cursed legend of the cowhead. From the first few words, the children began to scream and panic, hoping that he would stop telling, but the teacher apparently had entered a trance-like state. His eyes turned completely white and he could not stop dictating the legend.
As crianças ficaram pálidas.
Well, that's kind of cool. So, like, even if he didn't have like the whole story, he only had fragments. Once he started to like start telling the first parts of the story, he went into a trance and just started telling the whole story. Like, you don't even need the full story to just start like. The children turned pale and tried to cover their ears while screaming. About an hour later, the teacher regained consciousness and saw that a bus had fallen into a ditch. All the students were passed out, foaming at the mouth. And the driver was unconscious, sweating and shaking a lot. No one ever heard anything about what had happened to them right after the I'm assuming incident right after the incident? The translator didn't say nothing on that one. Wait, so this fool said the story on the bus drive? Kune Kune.
Kune Kune é uma criatura com corpo branco, fluido e humanoide, que se move como
A white fluid humanoid body that moves like a fabric.
algo como lençol se movendo num dia de fortes ventos.
Something like a sheet moving on a day of strong winds.
Kune Kune significa corpo que contorce. A criatura
A
geralmente
cup that twists. I think I've seen this one. Like, there's like monsters like that exist like that. It's pretty cool. There was like this one movie where like this guy was fighting some demons, and like he like threw like an arrow at this one fool, and like this one old guy, and like the old guy split and like his like body morphed like around the arrow to avoid it. It was cool.
é vista na parte rural
Seen it in movies. The creature is usually seen in rural Japan on hot summer days. At least the only thing that is known about the creature is since all the people who saw it personally lost their sanity or passed away in a grotesque way. The tale has many modifications, but one account in question ends up shaping everything. A boy and his older brother were spending the holidays at their grandparents' house. The children's grandparents lived in a rural area near a large rice plantation. A paddy field, some might call it. The boys went out to play, and the light summer breeze that cooled the field suddenly stopped. A strong shiver ran down the spines of the two children who were playing there until the boy noticed that his older brother was looking uneasily at the distant rural horizon. The boy then looked in the same way. He turned and noticed a person in the white clothes making a very strange movement, as if he were contorting himself from left to right. But the strangest part was that the person was bending his arms in an unusual way at angles completely impossible for a normal human being. The person was bending and moving as if it were some kind of macabre dance. The boys ran into the house and came back with binoculars, wanting to see what that person was doing. The older brother insisted on seeing first. When the boy put binoculars to his face, his body trembled completely. He turned pale and began to sweat coldly. The binoculars fell from his hands. The younger brother, now worried, asked, "Are you okay?" The boy then only responded slowly, almost whispering, "You must not see." The older brother's bones began to crack as his whole body bent, like the body of that creature. The poor boy had an expression of enormous pain and suffering as every bone in his body was breaking. He moved from left to right, right to left.
Mas fazer o quê, né?
But what can you do?
Ninguém deve ver.
Nobody should something. Let me know what he said in the comments. O comercial assombrada da... What?
Comercial. Aparentemente bobo.
See, this commercial apparently, the silly thing about a simple Nintendo video game, hides the mystery that haunts the nights of many people. Oh, is this freaking, is this the Pokemon, where, like, a bunch of people, like, the song, the Gengar music, the one from the tower caused everyone to, like, unalive themselves?
Você conseguiu perceber? Não? Bom.
The music, right? Oh, what the hell?
O que é isso? Essa figura pálida na janela. Não só a Nintendo, como o Japão sempre foi muito famosa por criar comerciais bizarros e desconfortáveis. Mas, pra quê? Isso claramente não foi planejado por ninguém ali da equipe. Talvez tenha sido só um pequeno erro de gravação. Pode ser, mas... Por que ela está com daquele jeito? A equipe que gravou o comercial...
Why does her skin look so big? It just looks like a random ass lady. What do you mean?
As gravações estavam rolando. Muito que... Ela está com a pele pálida daquele. Isso claramente não foi planejado por ninguém da equipe. Relata que ninguém da produção estava fora do veículo enquanto as gravações estavam rolando.
According to the people, there was nobody outside the vehicle when the recording took place. A woman with such lifeless and pale skin. We don't have any official answers as to what this figure was passing through the bus window. Well, apparently, yeah, that one's not that. That was just a real lady, though. I don't think that one was like. Alright.
Essa história é bem popular e provavelmente muitos de vocês
This was
já conhecem,
popular, apparently.
mas para vocês que não conhecem, isso é um poema chamado O Inferno de Tomino.
Tomito's hell. Oh damn! What the
Dizem
freak?
que
Oh hey,
você
hello.
deve apenas lê-lo na mente e nunca em voz alta.
They say you should only
E
read it
se
in your
caso
mind
você
and never out
ignorar o
loud.
aviso, algo terrível
As
pode
if ignoring the
acontecer com
warning.
você.
Okay, what's with their
Não se
eyeballs?
sabe ao certo quando o rumor desse poema começou.
What movie is this
Muitos
from?
dizem que o poema possui uma maldição.
Oh
Alguns
no!
usuários curiosos
The
do
poem has a
Popcicle
curse. Some
relataram
curious
que leram o poema em voz
Chu-chans?
alta e nada
Oh,
acontecia.
2chan.
Já outros,
Wait, what?
até hoje, nunca
2chan.
voltaram para relatar sua experiência.
Oh right, no, yeah, because it's
O autor do
2chan,
poema
4chan,
se
and 8chan.
chama
Okay, no,
Saiju
you're right.
Saiju era um conhecido poeta japonês que criava...
Why does he look like the
crianças.
freaking guy who
Dizem que
does reviews
criou
on
o
like
poema
fast
quando
food?
tinha 27 anos, e sua inspiração veio após a morte de sua irmã. Com extremo luto, Saiju criou
He made this
um diretor de cinema
the poem
chamado
after his sister
Terayama
passed away.
se apaixonou pelo poema e acabou criando um filme inspirado nele. O filme se chama Pastoral, Morrer no País, e foi lançado em 1974.
There's a freaking movie based on it. It's called Pastoral. Dying in the Country.
Terayama acabou morrendo alguns anos após o lançamento do filme. Em outro caso, uma estudante universitária morreu uma semana após ler o poema em voz alta.
Wait, so the guy who made the movie passed away a couple of years later? I feel like that's not really a cursed poem then, is it? If he read the poem like the cow guy and then started giving a curse or like passed away literally like within 24 hours, you'd be like, oh damn, that's some rings, that's some grudge stuff. But a couple of years after he made the movie, I don't know about that. Then another guy read the poem out loud in between some friends. It involves some serious illnesses, car accidents, and the feeling of an evil presence.
Observando durante a noite. Tudo leva a crer que o poema esconde algo além da nossa compreensão.
You didn't even explain anything on that one. Just that somebody said that a bunch of his friends got into accidents. Okay, but was the image was that originally from the poem, or did somebody on 2chan put that up? With a real poem. Was Tomy inspired by Tomino? What do I do when the language is Japanese, the subtitles are Portuguese, and apparently YouTube can't translate either or? Well, I'll tell you one thing. We don't gotta concern ourselves about me repeating the poem out loud, right? Because I don't even understand. I'm at a complete loss here. Bro, her neck is getting longer and longer with every second, right? Am I the only one that's seeing this? She looks like one of those ladies from Africa that puts the rings on their necks to extend it, you know what I'm saying?
Nas estações de metrô do Japão.
Okay, in Japanese subway stations, it is very common to have lockers for you to store your belongings.
Mas nesse caso que eu vou contar
But this case that I'm going to tell you about, something very bad was stored in one of these lockers.
Era 26 de abril de 2015.
It was April 26, 2015 at 9:40 a.m. What, they don't freaking have a credit card info? How do you pay for these lockers? There was an unusual locker. As unusual, he took the suitcase and took it to the lost and found, thinking that someone forgot their suitcase there, or simply forgot to lock the locker and left 35 days. Oh, sorry. 35 days passed and waiting time was over. No one came to look for the lost suitcase, and they couldn't leave it there because it was taking up a lot of space in the place. Oh, was it a ginormous suitcase? The employees that opened the suitcase in the hope of finding something that would help them find the owner of the luggage so that he could come and get his belongings. But in fact, what they found was something that would make the situation 1,000 times worse. When opening the zipper of the suitcase, the employees came across the body of an elderly woman, already in an early state of decomposition. The woman appeared to be approximately 80 years old and was placed in a fetal position inside the suitcase. The employees were in shock and immediately called the police. During the investigation, many strange things were discovered. When opening the suitcase, the employees did not feel any strong odor that a decomposing corpse would isolate. The old lady's body had been closed inside that suitcase for 35 days and no smell was detected by the employees. The elderly woman's body did not show any type of injury, bruises, puncture, or anything. There was only a small mark right in the center of the woman's forehead. As the body had been inside the suitcase for many days, the decomposition of the elderly woman's body affected the work of the forensic experts, making it impossible for them to discover the cause of death. This is already not believable. What do you mean? You literally just said that they were able to. They were literally like, she decomposed so little that there was not even any smell or odor. You said that they were able to identify a small, like, hole, a puncture wound or something on her forehead, but also it's so messed up that they couldn't identify the cause of death? Like, no, this is already not believable. Like, you lost me.
Mês desde que a mala foi colocada no armário, as imagens das câmeras não poderiam ser checadas.
As more than a month had passed, the camera images could not be checked, so that's a BS.
Autoridades conversaram com outros funcionários.
As someone who's had security, who's like been managers of businesses, you could totally check.
Nenhum deles disse que
a month, yeah, within a month, absolutely, still.
Algum tipo de atividade suspeita.
Yeah, we checked months and months and months of footage, honestly.
Naquele dia, todo esse mix de problemas acabou deixando os policiais totalmente desorientados. Então, a polícia teorizou. Aquela senhorinha já havia morrido por causas naturais, e a pessoa que cuidava dela não tinha condições financeiras suficientes para arcar com o enterro. Então, a pessoa abandonou o corpo.
Ah, okay. See, I was about to say, like, cause they're making it sound like it's some, like, freaking, like, murder, something. Okay, so she just passed away of natural causes and her caretaker just sort of stuffed her in a suitcase and abandoned her.
Da idosa ali mesmo, numa mala, em meio à estação. Mas, por que a pessoa
Why would the person
deixaria a mala
leave the
ali?
suitcase there?
Guardas, câmeras, testemunhas. Por que justamente a pessoa deixaria o corpo de sua familiar?
I mean, it's not like the lady doesn't have, like, they can identify the lady. Come on now. Like, no, duh. Like, I don't even know what footage this is. This might not have, maybe this has nothing to do with anything. But they would be able to identify the person. No, duh. Any American citizen should be easily, or any citizen of Japan, America, or any major world, like, country should be able to be easily identified. And they would be able to identify the caretaker. Like, come on now.
Uma das estações mais movimentadas do mundo, o caso nunca foi resolvido e se mantém um mistério até os dias de hoje.
Yeah, I don't even believe that one, honestly.
Bom, é isso. Cara, para gravar esse vídeo.
Right, well, we're gonna pause it there. I really can't even understand what the rest of you are gonna say, but a pretty good video, Cross. Thank you so much for the content. Absolutely amazing. Really good work on it. I like your editing style. I wish I could say I liked your commentary, but frankly, I don't know what you said. But it sounded like you knew what you were talking about, bro. Like, flat out. Alright, so, like, keep at it, bro. Absolutely phenomenal. Please, everyone, go drop a like, go drop a sub. To Cross. Oh, Hapao es Bizarro. Absolutely amazing. Please go drop a like or drop a sub. Even though Master Sam has already linked it for all of you to enjoy on the Discord, I'm going to go ahead and relink it on there, along with the rest of the videos we reacted to today. If you are watching on the VOD, it'll be down in the description below. I'll tell you what, Motodachi's, it is 9:51. I was planning on stopping at 8. Good heavens. It's freaking 8. Thank you all so much for joining me in today's live stream. It's been an absolute pleasure streaming with absolutely every single one of you. I am glad I was at least able to get through as many of these horror videos as possible. I'm gonna be honest with everyone here. I was planning on either streaming tomorrow. I was planning on either streaming more Expedition 33, or I was planning on streaming Goddess of Victory Nikkei, because they're redoing the Phantom Thief banner. And Delta's getting like a new outfit, let's say. I'm gonna say outfit because I'm not sure if it's a new outfit or if it's a whole new character that you pull for. And I want to do that, but to be fair, to be honest, we might do that. We might not do that. Cause here's my thing. The thing. I want to start getting. There's two events on Nikkei, so I might save it for Wednesday, cause I want to do Expedition 33 on Mondays for sure. Wednesdays I don't know what to do, so my plan was to do Nikkei, and then save Fridays for more Expedition 33. Or potentially a new game that we were going to start in the near future. So that way I could do like one game every third day. But right now, I honestly kind of want to just like I don't know. It's good fresh content for me to do the new banner on Nikkei, but at the same time, I want to finish Expedition 33 because I want to get rid of Game Pass already. And then on top of that, but on top of all of that, I want to do more reactions because I missed the reaction stream yesterday. Well, not yesterday, but on Tuesday. I'll tell you what. I've just decided right now at this very instant that tomorrow we are going to watch a bunch of Forrest Galante videos. I'm gonna try to start even earlier than I did today. I started at 3 today, which is a lie because I was going to start at 3, but I freaking had to poop, and because of that, I ended up starting almost at 4. Because I got distracted by giving my doggos like pets and a bunch of. I ended up watering the garden and like petting my dogs, making sure they had food, and a bunch of other stuff. And then so I ended up starting like last minute change stuff that I do. If I want to start at 3, I have to say I'm going to start at 2. You know what I'm saying? I'm just the kind of person I am. I suck. Anyway, point being is I've just decided right now that tomorrow I'm going to react to a bunch of Forrest Galante videos, then some unusual memes, and as soon as we're done with that, which should take us roughly about 4 hours, we're gonna play some Goddess of Victory Nikkei. And check out the new banners. Because I also don't want to miss on all the rewards and stuff, since it resets daily. Then, Monday, I might actually stream even a third time on Saturday still. I don't know about Saturday yet. Maybe I'll even just do Battlefield on Saturday, I don't know. But Monday will be Expedition 33. Tuesday, reactions. Wednesday, probably Goddess of Victory Nikkei if there's anything left that we don't go over tomorrow. So frankly, I doubt that. And if there's nothing left on Nikkei, then instead, more Expedition 33. We're gonna pretty much do Expedition 33 Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And I kind of want to keep that rolling. I want I was doing like one different game every single day, but at this point, because of the whole Xbox Game Pass situation, that kind of has me paranoid now of like, ooh, I don't want to be in a situation where one game is taking a lot longer than others. So what I'm gonna do is go back to playing only one game at a time, but in certain situations, I can see myself like changing a day or something to play a specific game. You know, if I just decide I don't want to play that game that day. Yeah, you get me? Sorry, I'm just putting my thoughts out there. This is more for me, not for y'all. Y'all can leave at this point. The stream is over. This is just for me. This is just me talking to myself at this point. But that's kind of what I'm planning on doing with the stream. I also want to like, even though I can't stream as much as I want to right now, I get headaches, I get sleepy because of my medication right now, so I can't stream for like the full 8-9 hours that I normally used to. But if I can't do that, at least when I have the chance or the time, I want to start making original content, not only for me, but for other people to be able to react to. It's going to be very, not, like, it's not going to be anything, like, too controversial or crazy, but it's just going to be generic stuff to kind of, like, conversations talking about, like, things that I care about or like, things that I want to talk about. So tomorrow, reactions. I will see you there. Bunch of animal videos, bunnies, and we'll go from there. Thank you all so much for joining me. Have yourself a wonderful rest of your day, night, morning, evening, whatever it happens to be, wherever you happen to be. Goodbye, and thank you so much for swinging by, Monos. Salut!